Tenu, Abiyabaram, Iskaba, Yako, Atakados, Shemeka, Pados, Badu Shemeka, Alamae, Shama, Mene, Shab, Ashabat, Daso, Dashabat, Ledura, Time, Ola, Mene, Mene, Shab, Otilola, Isha Shekin, Masada, Shabat, Shamaim, Leta Hales, Ubayon, must be Shabat, Waina, Watch, Badu Shemeka, Badu Shemeka, Badu Tulateka, Badu Dushateka. Elshadai, Elshadai, Malak, Elshadai, Elshadai, Baruch Shem Kabul Makuto Lambaye, Baruch Kabul Rahim Kumor Lekayo, Alu Lambaye. First of all, I'd like to give all honor and praise to the God of Abraham, the God of Isaac, the God of Jacob, the great mighty revered God, the Most High God, who bestows loving kindness and possesses all things, who remembers the pious deeds of the patriarchs. The Most High, slow of anger, great in kindness, forgiving iniquity and transgressions, but who by no means clearly guilty, visiting iniquities of fathers upon children to the third and fourth generation. The Most High's work is perfect for all his ways of justice, a God of faithfulness and without iniquity, just and right is he. Shepherd. Giving due respect and honor to a head in Israel, Chief Eleazar, to the chiefmen, princes, brothers and sisters, mothers in Israel, visitors. I say unto you, Shabbat Shalom.
Shabbat Shalom, Lekam.
All right. We serve a holy God. And for us to be capable of serving this holy God, God gave us laws, commandments, and statutes to differentiate us from the people that we live amongst. So in being different from the people that we live amongst, now we have to begin to acquire a different pattern of thought. We have to learn to change our ways and our actions to, number one, please God. That's our whole objective in life, is to please God. And when you begin to please God, you will begin to regain his favor. You will regain his favor. When you're pleasing God, everyone else becomes pleased with you. Because I won't be doing, I'm not going to do things to offend people. Because the laws restrict you. These laws and these ways and these commandments that we read about in the book, it restricts us from doing so. It restricts us. We're going to go in the chapter we're going into is Exodus 20, right? But I want to go into Leviticus 18. So go to Leviticus 18 first, and then after Leviticus 18, we're going to go into Exodus 20. All right? Because in order to serve this God, to do these laws, I have to be in the book. God already set the standards. God already set the standards in the curriculum of the ways and the customs of our forefathers in order for us to gain his favor. So let's go read.
Leviticus chapter 18. And the Lord spake unto Moses, saying, Speak unto the children of Israel, and say unto them.
Leviticus chapter 18, right? It says, speak what?
Speak unto the children of Israel, and say unto them, I am the Lord your God, after the doings of the land of Egypt.
I am the Lord your God. He said, I am God. There's only one God. And to serve this God, there's only one way to serve him. We can't serve this God no other way. But in order to believe this, in order to believe what I'm saying, you got to believe this God. You got to believe what you're reading. And I was having a conversation with my brother, and in order to serve this God, you must believe what you're reading. You have to agree with what you're reading. You have to acknowledge that what you're reading is facts. And sometimes things become cloudy and blurred. That's because only why that happens is because God wants to see your truthfulness and your ferventness in serving him. Everything don't have an explanation. some things is left out there. So some things the things that is left out there, leave it alone. Don't try to discover or come to some type of thought or meaning or find out why this or why the other. Certain things got to be left alone. Because God did not reveal everything to man. He didn't reveal everything to us. And according to your ferventness and your determination with God will determine what God reveals to you. Will determine how much he reveals to you. Will determine how much he unlock you and open your eyes towards certain things so that you can understand the ways of God. It'll be clear to you. But that's only determined to your lifestyle. How much work you put in doing this, how much efforts. See, now, in order to put that thing called effort, you got to believe. If you don't believe, you ain't going to put no effort in. You ain't going to put no effort in serving God. You ain't going to put no effort and make sacrifices to accomplish these laws and these commandments. Okay, let's go.
After the doings of the land of Egypt.
Now it says after the doings. After the doings of the land of Egypt. The word for doings is kema'aseh. The word for doings is kema'aseh, right? It goes into their doings, their events, their work, their actions, their business, occupation, practices, traditions. So we're going to go into the first one. Doings is deeds, some things that is done. We didn't do anything like the people that we lived amongst. Nothing we did was the same like them. That's why God, again, gave us these laws to separate us. To separate us, okay? Because if we're the same, then God, there's no separation, okay? Now, events. Events goes into social occasions, all right? Social occasions. What are social occasions? Or what does social occasions mean? An occasions goes into your affairs, special events, your ceremonies, and your celebrations. Okay? So now what are your affairs? Your affairs goes into matters and your concerns. You're only going to concern yourself in things that you are connected in. Your concerns tells me what's your connection with this. Okay? And people only concern themselves in what they feel connected with. Now, what I'm connected with or what I feel connection to, it has to be in regard to what God says. I can't have no connection to things that God said is an abomination. I can't have no connection with things that God said to hate. I can't have no connection in things that God despises. So certain things I can't have no connection to. I have to pull away from it. Okay? Now, it goes into your interests or what you have regard for. Your interest and what you have regard for or respect for. Okay? You're only going to have concerns. You're not going to concern yourself about things you have connection with. Okay? Now, let's go into the next one. That is, special events, ceremonies, celebrations. All our ceremonies and celebrations is all in Leviticus 23. All right? That's it. There's no need to go any more deeper or any more into things that we don't read here. And one of the things that the people that we live amongst is so deeply connected with that we never read in the book was birthdays. All right? I had this information before, right? So now, what are birthdays? All right? Birthdays. The highest of all holidays in satanic religion. In satanic religion is the date of one's own birth. Did we know that? Did we know that? And why did that? Why was your own birthday held in such high regards? It says in which it deifies, right? It deifies a particular God who has been created in an anthropomorphic form. What are anthropomorphic forms? All right? And anthropomorphic form is derived from the Greek anthropos. Anthropos means human. Morph is a form, a human form, right? A human form. The term was used to refer to the attribution of human, physical, or mental features to deities, right? Anthropomorphism, okay? Now, involving human animal figures. What do we see? Don't we see that on TV? How we see cartoons, we see dogs and cats and all these animals with human-like features. Those are called anthropomorphic forms. We didn't deal with those things. We didn't deal with that, okay? Of their own image, thereby showing the ego is not really buried. Satanists believe if you are going to create a God, why not create one of yourself? Because every man is a God if he chooses to recognize himself as one. So during a person's birthday, they buy and treat themselves. Birthdays was originally celebrated in the ancient world of Egypt, Greece, Rome, Persia, right? Of gods, kings, and nobles. Regular people did not celebrate birthdays. Only kings, nobles, and gods had birthdays. Then later on, all right, Mesopotamia and Egypt, the cradle of civilization, were also the first lands in which men remembered and honored their birthday. Why was keeping of birthday records so important in ancient times? Because birth dates was for the casting of horoscopes. Horoscopes. Gemini, Virgo, Taurus. It was a purpose in the read. There was a connection from your birthday to the horoscopes, which is devilism. All right? There is a direct connection between the pagan practice of birthday celebration and astrology, horoscopes, and fortune telling. The ancient Jews did not celebrate birthdays, regarding them as pagan. The early Christians did not celebrate birthdays because they considered the celebrations of anyone's birth to be pagan. Even Christians didn't celebrate it. It came a certain time in history when they started to accept it and lean towards it. All right? All right? Birth to be a pagan custom down to the 4th century. So until the 4th century, after the 4th century is when they started. Right, they started spreading it all over, and then everybody started celebrating birthdays. Christians rejected it, and it was considered pagan until then. In Europe, birthdays began with the cult of Mithras. All right, Mithras. Mithras also means a myth, comes from the word myth, which originated in Persia but was spread throughout the Roman Empire. It wasn't common before this Saturnalia was adopted for birthdays. Christmas is also relevant because the 725th was the birthday of the sun god Mithra. So when you're celebrating Christmas, Merry Christmas, you're not really celebrating you're celebrating the sun god. Okay? In 354 AD, Bishop Liberius of Rome ordered the people to celebrate December 25th because originally it was the feast of Saturn, the birthday of the sun god. They celebrated the birth of their deity once each year at the winter solstice, which is the origin of Christmas. Also is links in with New Year's, the equinox and all that stuff. All right. Okay, practice. Right? Anything you practice, right? What is a practice? To do or perform often. Anything that is done or performed often can become habitual, can become accustomed, can become habitual. You get used to it. There's no way you're going to accustom yourself to serving this God if I don't begin to start putting in works and doing things that is regarding what God says, it's not gonna grow on you. Because in order for something to grow on you, I have to be into it. And because you're not into it, it's not gonna grow on you. So you don't feel out of place doing certain things to where when a other person or someone else does it, they're looking at you like you're a weirdo. Because they have accustomed themselves in serving this God, this holy God, where you have not put no work in so that you can grow on it. Tradition is an inherited pattern of thought. Inherited pattern of thought, right? Or action shown through the passing down of information, beliefs, and customs by word of mouth or by example from one generation to another. So you groom that child according to how you want that child to be groomed. How to think, how to move, what to believe, what not to believe. But people only groom their child accordingly if they believe what they're grooming their child into. So this is why you people need to have some type of work on themselves, because you look at the person, you say, wait a minute, why haven't you informed this child about the Sabbath? Your son or your daughter, and sit them down with the book, read certain verses in the book to show them and cause them to understand the ways of God. Because you don't believe it. You specifically don't believe it. So you refuse to pass this information down to your seed or to your children. Warped mind. You have a warped mind. So this is why when people move in this manner and this custom, you're really not here because you want to be here. Because if you want to be here, then this information, this holy laws, commandments, and statutes that have been revealed to you, you will tell and spread it out to your loved ones. When your mother and your father call you, you will spread this information and tell mom, dad, I don't live that way no more. Hey, cousin, I don't live that way no more. Sister, brother, I don't live this way no more. Hey, son, hey, daughter, sit down here. Let me show you why we can't go out to the movies on Friday night. Come on, sit down here. Let me show you Exodus 20. And then you explain to them on their terms. Do you see how every Sunday they have church? Yes, I see. Yeah, they have churches all over. And they go every Sunday. It's God's day, right? Now listen now, son. Listen now. Okay. Then you take them to Exodus 20. It's the Sabbath. You know what a Sabbath is? The seventh day. It's a day that God called rest, where we should rest from everything that we have been doing on the sixth day. Sunday. Not on Sunday. So count, son. When is the first day? And you look at the calendar. Sunday. The first day is Sunday. And he explained to them, is that the seventh day? No. Show me the seventh day. You're going to count? Seventh day right here. Okay. So this is why you see me doing what I'm doing on the Sabbath day. But guess what? It's better when it's coming from the parents than anybody else. Because the parents have more an effect on the child's development and thinking pattern and more impact than anybody else. Influence is very strong. Very strong. And this is a tradition that needs to be passed down. Okay? Now, what is behooving you or holding you back from teaching this poor child or telling your relatives or kindred is because either two things. Either you don't believe it or you cut off. Either you don't believe it, or it's not for them. God has looked and said, well, you know what? I'm going to hold this man's tongue, and then this information ain't for them because they have delved so far into wickedness that I don't want them. Do you know you had children that God look at you in disgust? Look at the child in disgust. Innocent child. You know why? Because of the parents. Because of the sins of the parents. God went to King Hezekiah and told King Hezekiah, he said, because you did this, this, and this, and you showed my treasures, what do you say you're going to do to his son? He said, I'm going to make your sons human. God said that. Who are you to say that God is not just? He said, remembering the sins of the fathers upon who? Upon the children, man. So this is the type of God that we serve, man. He said, I will remember your sins upon your seed. I don't want God remembering my sins on my kid. They're going to bear it. And it's just. Everything that God do is just. It's fair. You know who ain't just and who ain't fair? We are. We ain't fair. You know why? Because God did so much for you, and you fail to recognize and realize the things that God done for you. Because, listen, once God opened his eyes and did all these things for you, that was supposed to give you some type of strength to push towards God, to show him your gratitude, your thankfulness. But we think like God was supposed to do that. That's pride. That's pride. No good, man. Like you're entitled to this. You're not entitled to this, man. No. Let's go to Exodus chapter 20.
Exodus chapter 20. And God spake all these words, saying, I am the Lord thy God, which have brought thee out of the land of Egypt.
Introduction. He said, I am the Lord thy God that brought you out from the land of Egypt, out of the house of bondage. They thought they was never getting out of Egypt. They didn't think they was getting out. No, they didn't. And while they was in Egypt, they served their gods. And they lived according to the Egyptians. With that heathenistic mentality, paganistic mentality. And when they left out of Egypt, they left Egypt with that same mentality. They didn't let go. That's why every time something went down, they was all quick always to revert back and go on back to Egypt. And that's the mentality of the people today. That's the mentality of the people today. Every little hang up, you ready to go back.
The wind blow wrong.
Which means your belief in this God wasn't that strong for it to blow you in such many different directions. The Most High had to introduce themselves because there was a deity that they served in Egypt called the golden calf.
That's a big God.
The golden calf. It was in the image of a bull. Was it a bull or calf? No, calf, right? Go ahead. Right. Go ahead. And then we all similar with the Bath. Go ahead. Okay? We all similar with it.
That's the modern symbol of all devil worship.
That's right. Devil worship. When people say, ain't no such thing as no devil. There ain't no such thing as no devil. There is no devil.
The devil's alive.
The devil's alive. I said, so what did Job chapter 1 say? Job chapter 1 said, the sons of God appeared before the Most High. It said, and who was amongst them? It said, Satan was amongst them. So what do you mean? Was that an idea? God ain't gonna, we ain't dealing with you can't have a conversation with an idea. This was an entity. And there is an evil entity out there. And people is saying that it's not such like that. So what did Job chapter 1 say? So, okay, so now, we said Exodus 20, right?
Yeah, verse 2. I
Go
am
ahead,
the Lord
read.
thy God, which have brought thee out of the land of
He
Egypt.
said, I am the Lord thy God, that what?
Which have brought thee out of the land of Egypt.
We have brought thee out of the land of Egypt, out of what?
House of bondage.
Out of the house of bondage, out of slavery. How did we get in slavery? How did we ended up in Egypt? We sold out. Look. Joseph moved his family in. People started to sell themselves to the Egyptians for the sake of food, because that famine was going on. 7 years of famine and 7 years of plenty. 7 years of famine and 7 years of plenty. Right? And all nations came to Egypt for food. Every nation, that was the cradle of civilization. The first in power was Egypt. World power. One of the world powers. And only God could have taken that nation down. Taking that place down. Tom sheet.
Thou shalt have no other gods before me.
Thou shalt have no other gods before me. He said, thou shalt not have no other gods before me or after me. Now, how do you have other gods before me or after me? Anytime you put things or anything before God or before his laws, before his commandments, then what? You have another God. It's not anything, it's nothing that you have to bow down and worship to. You ain't got to do that. Just put it before God. Your child could be a God because you don't put the child's feelings before God's laws. Because you refuse to inform this child about God and about this lifestyle that you're living. So you put this child ahead of God. You put your mother ahead of God. You put your father ahead of God, your relatives ahead of God. There was a king that had to fire his mother from being queen because she set up an idol. She set up a monstrous idol. When he found that out, he had to fire her. Which means what? He didn't put his mother above God. Well, I can't do that to my mother. Yes, you got it. You better show who you with.
That's right.
You better show who you with. No. To go after, right? We're going to get in and dig into that word so deep. To go after, because to go after other gods is so many different ways to go after other gods and idols and deities. And you don't have to be in the church or a Muslim mosque. All right? But we're going to skip that, because I'm going to go into that. All right? Go ahead. Read.
Thou shalt not make unto thee any graven image.
A graven image. The word for graven image is a fesel. And when we are studying the law, when you're studying the law, you need, like my father always said, a damn good dictionary and a good Hebrew dictionary. So that you can look up words. Don't discern and think that you know the meaning of it. Don't denounce Merriam-Webster. This was a group of people, professors that put, PhDs that put this dictionary together. And then you had people that denounce Merriam-Webster. So let me see you put a dictionary together.
That's right.
Make your own dictionary.
That's right.
I won't be the one reading it. He got his own terminology.
Like the Bibles that got up there.
Mm-hmm.
The revised version.
Fesel. Now, what is a fesel? A fesel is an idol or a graven image. What is an idol? A false god. Right? What else is categorized or mentioned as given the title of an idol? It's when you have a likeness of something, a form or appearance visible without substance. When you say visible without substance, it means no life. No life. And this is why God prohibited us and told us not to have likenesses or pictures of humans, man and woman. And I told the man, dude said, man, so you mean to tell me I can have a picture of my son? And I was looking at you, he said, look at this damn fool. I said, man, what's wrong with you, man? Your son is dead. That's not him. He's gone. But we come immoderately attached to these things. Attached and emotionally attached to these things to where we can't let it go. Now, images, like I was explaining to my Isha earlier, the images that God was talking about, it says there, it said pictures. Temuna, photographic pictures. So it's not talking about a laptop or a TV, phones. My dad said, and this is the word from the wise, books have knowledge in it. We can't go in the book and start destroying everything. No. God ain't talking. Leave that there. We need these books. That's information that we have to get from. All right. So the images that God is talking about is what? Photographic. Not talking about ID. Because if I don't walk around with my ID, then what? They're going to lock you up. Right? They're going to lock you up. They're going to come. They're going to ask you for identification. And if you don't have any identification, they're taking you in. I need my money. Well, the money got images. Well, give me your money then. Give me your money. You don't want your money, give it to me.
That's right.
So it wasn't talking about like
photo albums.
It was only right. It was only talking about pictures.
Photo albums.
But you're not gonna discern that. See, this comes in time. In time, you don't see everything right away. I didn't see everything right away. It came in time with reading a chapter over and over and over. Then you'll be able to understand certain things, and God will open your eyes to certain things. So we gotta read this book. That's why it's important to read it over and over. Oh, tell people to read the chapter. He says, I read it already. What do you mean you read it already? And you didn't get everything out that chapter. You read it already, of course. I read it already. I read this chapter. Not many times I done read Exodus 20 over and over. And the thought in my head never came to my head to say, well, I'm tired of reading this. You can't get tired and overbearing with reading the law, because there is always something to get out of these chapters, because God don't open your eyes 100% to everything. He opened your eyes according to one's actions. Whatever you put in, you get it. Whatever the amount of work you put in, that's what you're going to get. Same thing like marriage. Marriage is work. And the amount of work you put in is what you're going to get out of it. You don't put no work in, you ain't gonna get nothing out of it. Right. It takes work. Time sheet. Oh no, hold up. Okay, okay, go ahead.
Thou shalt not make unto thee any graven image.
Thou shalt not make unto thee any graven image.
Or any likeness.
Okay, the word likeness in the Hebrew is temuna. When you look up the word temuna, it means pictures. But people have a hard time getting rid of their photos, the pictures that they decorate in their living room. Living room is always set up with pictures. That's the first thing that gotta go, because you're in a house of idols. You're in a house of idols. All right? Go ahead. Likenesses of what?
Of anything.
Anything that's what?
That is in heaven above.
In the heaven above. So you don't buy clothes with likenesses on. You don't buy clothes with likenesses that's in the heaven above. You don't have pictures of things that's in the heaven above. Go ahead.
Or that is in the earth beneath.
Or that is in the earth beneath. What's on the earth beneath? Humans. creeping things, animals, beasts, cattle. We can't have birds. We can't have likenesses of what's on the earth beneath. Read.
Or that is in the water under the
That's
earth.
in the waters. Fishes, sharks. Go ahead, read.
Thou shalt not bow down thyself to them.
Thou shalt not bow down thyself to them. Tishtakawe. The word tishtakawe means to prostrate or worship. Another form of worship is admiration or adoration. All right? Now, whenever you admire, you worship. You can't admire me, and I can't admire you. Admiration goes to God. You admire God. God told you to honor your parents. That's what goes to your parents. Honor. You don't admire your mother and your father. I admire your courage. No, you honor your mother and you honor your father. All right? Now, go ahead, read. Now, hold up. Admiration, right? It's a feeling of delighted or astonished approbation. Right? Delighted approbation. What is approbation? An act of approving formally or officially. An act of approving formally or officially. So it does have an effect when you begin to admire God. Because when you begin to admire God and you start to believe in God, you're going to start voicing it. You're going to hear certain declarations come out of your mouth. You're going to start saying official statements that come out of your mouth. And that comes in time. You just known about this God. You ain't making no declaration to serve this God yet. That comes with work. That has to come when a person builds himself up in serving God. That's why you see people with 20, 30, 40, all this life speak the way they speak. It's because they got time in. They got so much time in. Some men have all their life doing this. They have all their lives doing this. So they say certain things. And then some people have all their lives doing it, but they're not as fervent as this guy or this one. So you find these two guys, they've been living in this way of life for all their lives, but this one makes sacrifices. And he draws certain lines not to cross. But this guy been filibustering and playing around, so he don't draw no lines and no sacrifices. So one is stronger than the other one. There's always something to add.
Always.
Not saying that you're going to add in. Meaning, when I say add, I mean there's always something that new that we're going to learn out the book. So there's always going to be constant changes. There's always going to be constant changes regarding these laws, commandments, and statutes. Constant changes. Because sometimes you change, you do this, you say, well, hold up. The new declaration, we ain't doing this no more. Right. We ain't doing that no more. We ain't doing that no more. And I done heard people say, man, he said, well, you coming with more. You saying this now? I said, wow, why you? And they get distorted and aggravated behind the changes. It's never ending. No. When you're serving this God, it's never ending. Right. Right. There's always something to add on and add on and add on. It's constant upgrading because either you're stagnated or you're moving or pushing towards righteousness, pushing towards God. We cannot be stagnated. You're stagnated when what? You ain't doing nothing. You're not advancing. God told Cain, he said, if you do as well. He said, if you take heed, if you improve, if you do good, he said, I will exalt you. You know what exalt means? Do we really know when God exalts you? Look, when God exalts you, he has regard towards you. A regard or respect towards you. You know what that is for God to have respect unto you? Why would God have respect to a man? And he's a God. You know why? Because you're obeying his commands and you're doing and living and breaking your back for the things that is righteous and lawful according to God. So we always got to keep our mind according to this lawful mindset so that we don't sway off, so we don't slide off, so we don't back up. Very easy. In Deuteronomy 6:4, he said, thou shalt talk about them. He said, talk about it. When you sit in the house, when you walk by the way, when you lie down, when you rise up. He said, then he goes into teaching your children. He said, Weshinamta means repetitively. Weshinamta means to teach repetitively. Oral repetition. Oral repetition is when you say something over and over. Why do we have to say this over and over? So it could grow on you. This has to grow on me. So if it don't have to grow on you, it gotta grow on you. And God gave us a key of how to make these laws grow on you by repeating it over and over, by practicing it, because everything you practice becomes habitual. It becomes a habit. You become accustomed to it. So you're accustomed, and you feel out of place when you're not at the dinner table on Thanksgiving. You feel out of place, and then you get that downtrodden feeling. What's wrong with you? Nothing. You know what's wrong with them. But you don't want to mention it. So what's your problem, man? Nothing. Yeah, it's Thanksgiving. Our family is gathering at the table right now with the hog maw, the turkey, and the applesauce and cranberry sauce. And she or he has grown accustomed to that. But we have to break ourselves from doing that, which is called reprogram. 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 We got to reprogram ourselves and acknowledge, sit with a learning mind. Sit as to observe and accept and say, well, listen here. That's me. That is me. I used to do that. I need to stop that. I need to accept this. And don't sit with negative thoughts to reject, because it's not going to seep in. It's not going to sink in. You blocking it. You blocking yourself. I blocked myself. You know how many times I blocked myself, but it took time for me to come to this stage. Block myself. But continuance and being constant, you break down that wall. When you're constant and diligent with God, you break down that wall. I can't break that wall down for you. You got to break your own wall down and let it down. When you let that wall down, then you will begin to accept everything in this book to be lawful and right by God. Because we got to realize one thing. It's only one God. It's only one God. He's not called, and he don't have all these. People say, oh, there's only one God. The Christians call him this. Muslims call him this. Or this one call him this. No. But they all have different ways of praying God, or of worshiping God. There's only one God, and there's one way to worship him, and it's inside this book.
That nigga on the cross is not God.
No.
Right. He's just a nigga on the cross.
That's it. Not as that dude in the mosque.
Right.
They're all deities. Allah come from the word Allat, A-L-L-A-T. Why it's called that is because they had 360 items, deities, and they combined it all into one and gave it that name.
And it has a female form.
And it's a female form. It's a female form. Anthropomorphic form, right. Go ahead, Tamshi.
Thou shalt not bow down thyself to them nor serve them.
Nor serve them. How do you serve? What is the meaning of serve? Serving means to comply to the commands and the demands of God. Comply. When you comply, you what? You agree.
I agree.
You agree.
I accept.
So what? Stop that. You agree and you accept. So Go ahead, read.
For the Lord thy God am a jealous God. But I, the Lord thy God, am a jealous
I,
God.
the Lord thy God, am a jealous God.
Visiting the
You mean God is jealous? Yeah. God gets angry.
Oh, yeah.
He has emotions. And he also feels sorry.
Yeah.
And he has pity. And he has compassion. The adversary, which is called Satan, don't have those qualities. That's why after you're done doing this bidding and he got you doing witchcraft and fortune telling and all this stuff, he take you out and he look at you and laugh. Kill you.
Yeah.
Kill you. You know how many people lean towards that? It was a dude, one of my leaders from B'nai Zakim, and I'm not going to mention his name, but he got into that. When he died with his mouth open, eyes wide open, like he seen something. Fright. Because whatever came to him, and people say is no, you crazy? You got beings, you got things out there that when you die, according to your lifestyle, that's what you're going to meet. That's what's coming for you.
That's right. That's right.
That's why I always go back to that story. Not even a story because it's truth, it's facts. Where the brother was in that bed and he was in that coma and he had demons and all these demons grabbing at him and trying to pull him down that hole. And he woke up out the coma and said that he couldn't move the leg that he was grabbing on.
Okay. Yeah.
So you're going to tell me ain't nothing out there? The only thing that protects you from that is the keeping of the commandments of God. And if you keep these laws and commandments and statutes in sincerity of heart, you not, I'm not going to see, or you will not see that or experience the evil entity that's out there. I don't need to see none of them evil God. I don't need to see none of that. I don't need to see none of that, man. I don't want to see none of that. And according, go ahead, read. Now, jealous, right? He said, Most I said, I'm jealous. What is jealous? Intolerant. When you're jealous, it means you are intolerant of unfaithfulness. You become intolerant of unfaithfulness. And we was very unfaithful to God. We were very unfaithful to God. Very unfaithful. Because we gave his glory and his praises and his honor and his respect and his reverence to other gods and other deities. We started serving gods of wood and stone. Stocks of wood.
Trees.
People look at a cross and start praying to a cross. A dude on the cross. So they put their hope in that. Now you have people that cross themselves.
Yeah.
Pop, pop, pop.
Yeah.
One dude, we had to run him up out of here because he started mentioning Jake. I said, oh, don't be mentioning that in here.
That's right.
You're going to get your head bust.
That's right.
You're going to get your head bust.
That's right.
Because I despise hearing that name.
Me too.
When I hear it, it just makes me jump. I jump. I look. Come on, man. I jump automatically, bro. Automatically, I jump. I look at you. I'm like, yo, don't mention that name around me.
Get away from me.
Get away from me.
Get away from me.
I don't want to hear it.
Yeah.
I don't want to hear that.
Yeah.
Go ahead, read.
Visiting the iniquity of the fathers upon the children.
It said visiting, right? Poqued. It also means to remember or to command. He said, I will remember the sins of the fathers. I will command the sins of the fathers on who?
Upon the children.
Upon the children.
Until the third and fourth.
Until the third and fourth generation. No third and fourth generation. My seed, his children, his children. Until somebody comes to mind and break that cycle. Until somebody comes to thought and come to acknowledgement that they need to begin to serve God. Until then, God is going to continue to visit your sins upon your son, this guy's sins upon his sons, and it's going to keep going down. And that's the whole world. And do we know that's why age in years have been struck down. Have been struck down.
Lifespan.
Lifespan. I was having a talk with my Isha, and I told her, I said, listen, the reason why all this go down is because of iniquity. Sin was less committed in the beginning. So they was able to live longer. But as people went on in life, generation after generation, and we got more wickeder and more wickeder. As time go on, everything gets worse. Your generation is worse than your father's generation. His generation is worse than my generation. As it move forward, it's gonna get worse than worse. So the lifespan, look, scientists came on, and I had I got the channel, and I had the information. Scientist said, he said, yo, man, he said, man had like a time clock in them to where they was able to live long years. But it came a time where God shut it off and cut the lifespan down. So now it is no time or when babies die at any age. People die at any age. And then we ask questions over why the child had to go through this. Iniquity and sins. You have evil children. Yeah. You have evil children today. Children that's born getting 5, 6, 7. You think they're not evil. Oh, they're innocent. You think they're innocent. 10 years old, 11 years old. You think they're innocent. You think they're innocent. They're not, no. They're not innocent. What makes them not innocent is because they follow in the same footsteps as their parents, and as they were born in, and they conjure up and they have that same mentality. That's why you have a 10-year-old go at another 10-year-old, and the child sitting there, and the other 10-year-old go to him, grab him by his lip and squeeze it. And make the other child cry. You know, that was just foolishness. You think it's foolishness.
That's wicked intention.
That's evil, man. Child walk by, you trip him. No, man. No. Evil and wickedness has grown. It's grown and it's shown in man and children.
They like to cause harm.
That's right.
Yeah.
I seen a dude say, man, he lost his virginity at 10 years old. You gonna tell me they ain't evil?
Right.
10 years old, 9 years old, they snatch up a girl and start messing with her.
Right.
So you gonna tell me they not evil at that age? So when things happen to them, you can't cry. Because you don't know what they did.
That's right.
What they did, or maybe they ain't did nothing. God is just visiting your sins upon that child.
Who was it the Most High said he saw good in that child?
The king's son.
Yeah.
No, who? Not Asa.
Jeroboam's
son. There was a king named Jeroboam, and he had a son, a baby. You know what God said about the baby? Jeroboam was evil.
Yeah.
He said, he said, basically, I'm not going to visit your sins upon this innocent child. Why? What caused God to say the child is innocent?
The child got good in him.
Because the child had good in him.
You can have good in you,
As a
you can
baby.
have evil in you.
As a baby. And the only one can determine that is God.
He sees
That's
that.
it. That's
God
it.
sees that.
That's it.
Me and you can't see that with the naked eye.
That's right.
We'll see it later.
God sees the heart and see this child's future and how this child is going to think and how the child is going to move when he begins to grow. But this child here, God looked at the baby and said, nah, this child got good in him.
He's worth it.
So God killed the baby so that he don't get what? Profaned and stained and what's the word? Tainted
Yeah, influence from him.
by or get influenced by his parents, by his father.
So
God killed him in his innocence. I wish I would have died as a baby. Yeah, I wish I would have died as a baby.
The baby good.
You know why? Because when you die in that innocence, you're not tainted. What iniquity did I commit? I didn't violate none of God's laws. I didn't violate nothing. Why I don't want to grow. You see what Jeremiah said? Jeremiah asked God, he said, man, why wasn't my mother's, what? He said, no, he said, basically, during birth, you should have killed me. That's what Jeremiah said. You should have prevented me. Yeah. Should have prevented me.
He cursed the day he was born.
Cursed the day he was born.
They celebrate that.
Why? Because he's seen so much atrocities that was going on in the nation that he didn't agree with. Go ahead, read. Where we at?
Visiting the iniquity of the fathers
Visiting
upon the
the
children,
iniquity of the
unto the
fathers.
third and fourth generation of them that hate me, and showing mercy unto thousands of them that love me.
Yes, hate me. Of my enemies, let's on 9. So we become an enemy of God when we begin to go against God.
Right.
We hate God when we begin to go against his commandments. So people say, man, you hate God. I say, no, I don't hate God. I love God. Love is going to strike or start off some type of actions towards God, towards doing his laws. It's going to cause you to start doing his laws, his commandments, and statutes if you love God. But if you hate him, you're going to reject it and pull away. Love is shown, man. Love is shown. It ain't spoken. You love a person, you show it in your actions. You don't speak and tell a person you love them, but then you don't show it in your actions because it's all cat. It's cat. Tamshi.
And showing mercy unto thousands of them that love me and keep my
And
commandments.
showing mercy to thousands of them that love me and keep my commandments. So again, love is affection based on admiration or esteem, right?
Highly esteemed.
Right. Feelings delighted or astonished approbation. Astonished approbation is an act of approving formally or officially. Right? Tendency, inclination, character, disposition to do good. That's called benevolence. Right? Or common interest. So we use that term love, and it ain't based on none of this.
But we don't have the same common interest.
No, we don't have the same common interest. So what is it to draw me to you? What drew me to you? Your looks. Oh, she's pretty. She's pretty. She's beautiful. I like her. Because realize one thing. Men are visual. Before I begin to know you, or know how you is, or know what you got in you, or how you act, I'm visual. I'm going to look at you. Wow. I'm going to admire you. I'm going to look at you, and I'm going to come towards you. Then, after you get to know the person, some men stay, some men leave. They say, well, listen, man. Yeah, I got to know her, but after I got to know her, I didn't like it. I didn't like the way she was. So they leave. And women base their love off of, what's the word? Emotions. Emotions. So men don't base their love off of emotions. Women are very emotional. So they base a lot of things and go off emotions.
Not logic.
Not logic. Tamshi.
Thou shalt not take the name of the Lord thy God in vain. For the Lord,
Thou shalt not take the name of the Lord thy God in vain. All right? How do you take God's name in vain? What is it to take God's name in vain? When you take God's name in vain, you begin to mention it and make it common.
That's right.
You make it common. You mention it all the time. You cannot mention the name of God. That's why God don't hear me mention the name. He has attributes. El Shaddai means God Almighty, the jealous one, the Most High, the Creator. But we don't mention the name of God.
we don't say that.
Okay? Tamshi.
It's only can.
For the Lord will not hold him guiltless.
For the Lord will not hold him guiltless
that taketh his name in
that
vain.
taketh his name in vain. And when you feel guilt, that's only because you feel sorry of what you've done. And then you start making changes according to what you did. That's the only reason why people feel guilty about certain things. But some people don't feel guilty about what they did because they don't feel no way. those type of people you got to leave off from. Can't deal with those type of people.
That's right.
Because they'll do you harm and do things to you and don't feel sorry about it.
Yes, sir.
Don't feel sorry about it.
That's right.
All right? Go ahead, Reed.
Remember the Sabbath day to keep it holy.
There it goes. Remember the Sabbath day to keep it holy. Holy meaning what? Set apart.
Mm-hmm.
That's what holy means. Holy means set apart, right? Set apart for what? For God,
Mm-hmm.
right? Characterized by perfection and transcendence. So when you're setting apart, when you had the Sabbath set apart, you hold, or when you're set apart, you hold different a thinking pattern. You hold a different thinking pattern. You hold different thoughts, and you hold different opinions.
Mm-hmm.
That's why my thinking pattern and the way I think and my opinion according to certain things is different to your thinking pattern and your opinion towards certain things, because you have not set yourself apart as of yet. You didn't set yourself apart for God yet. You didn't, all right? Now, to separate means to go in different direction, to make a distinction between, put a difference between holy and profane, righteousness and wickedness.
Mm-hmm.
So you have to make a difference between the Sabbath day and those 6 days. So whatever I do on the 6th day, I can't do today. I have to make sure everything that I needs to be done and accomplished and taken care of has to be done on those 6 days. But when the Sabbath day comes, I gotta hold high regard for the day. Why? Why we gotta hold high regard for this day? Because God observed it.
That's right.
But you say, how did God observe it? God observed it because he took him 6 days. It didn't have to take him 6 days. He could have created everything in one day because he's a God.
Yeah.
So it took him 6 days to build and create creation, to create the earth. He said, well, on the 7th day, he ceased from his work. He ceased from creating. He didn't create nothing. He stepped back and said everything was good. Everything was perfect according to how God created it.
Mm-hmm.
Go ahead.
6 days shall thou labor and do all thy work.
6 days shall I labor and do all thy work. Read.
But the 7th day is the Sabbath of the Lord thy God.
Uh-huh.
In it thou shalt not do any work.
The 7th day is the Sabbath to the Lord thy God. In it thou shalt not do any work. Uh-huh.
Thou, nor thy son,
your son,
nor thy daughter,
uh-huh,
thy manservant,
mm-hmm,
nor thy maidservant,
mm-hmm,
nor thy cattle,
uh-huh.
nor thy stranger that is within thy
Everybody falls under this rule.
Right.
No
That's
exceptions.
right.
No exceptions.
Visiting
My aunts can't come to my house and defile and desecrate the day.
That's right.
and under the roof.
That's right.
They fall under the rules. I have brothers and sisters that don't live according to the laws. They cannot come to my house and desecrate the day. They have to fall under the rules.
That's
And
right.
okay? Your wives' family and relatives can't come to the house and desecrate the day. So what that mean now? The man and the woman in the house has to inform their relatives
That's right.
about the day.
That's right.
Don't set nothing up on Shabbat.
Nope.
No.
Nope.
And you got to inform your relatives beforehand.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, listen, listen, Dad. I'm just letting you know beforehand. Don't wait till the time at hand until it happened, and then it's too late.
Okay.
So now you can't go.
Yeah.
But these are things that needs to be spoken about before the situations occur,
That's right.
so that they will be on point. Say, wait a minute, let me call Shamaisha. Didn't you say you observed the Sabbath? He said, yeah. He said, well, go to Rome. He said, okay, I'm not going to set it up on this day, blah, blah, blah. But we wait till the last minute to give out information and say things, and then what?
I let people know how you live.
You gotta let people know how you live. And then what? Then what? You looking at me like the bad guy. Or you looking at this one like the bad guy. Why? Because now you can't attend. You can't go now. Because now you have to put who you with.
Now
You
you gotta
consider
make a decision.
and make a decision if you're with God or you're going to break God's law to do whatsoever,
go to this
or to
event.
do this event, or whatever it is. Tamshi.
For in 6 days the Lord made heaven and earth,
For 6 days, God made the heaven and the earth.
the sea,
The sea,
and all that in the
and
midst,
all that in the midst.
and rested the 7th day.
He's saying he rested on the 7th day. God don't rest.
Yes.
Why I say that is because in the Hebrew, that word I looked it up in the Hebrew, it says yanak. Yanak means to cease, or to cease from creating, or to cease from work.
That's all.
That's all it means. Tamshi.
Wherefore the Lord blessed the Sabbath day and hallowed it. Honor thy father and thy mother,
Honor thy father and thy mother.
that thy days may be long upon the land which the Lord thy God giveth thee.
Now, to honor your parents, both in word and in deed. So you can honor your parents in word and things that they say to you, and you can honor your parents in actions and the things that you do for them.
That's right.
Okay? Now, and honor also is to live up to or fulfill the conditions of. When you fulfill the condition of, you fulfilling the terms of. The terms that your parents want you to live by, or accordingly.
Their expectations.
Their expectations. Not your expectations. Exactly. So, now, that does not include when you are serving God and doing these laws, and your parents want you to come to church.
That's right. That's right.
I said, God come first.
Right.
That's one thing that you cannot do. Well, my or dad, I can't come to church. I don't live that way. I serve the true and living God.
Yeah.
Any other term or condition that they want to put on you, that they need you to do, we have to make sure that it doesn't comes into breaking God's law.
That's right.
You got to make sure that it doesn't conflict with this. It doesn't conflict with this. Tamshi.
Thou shalt not murder.
Murder. Lo tirzak. What is murder? Murder in the English it said thou shalt not kill. But you got to kill to eat.
Okay.
You got to kill to eat. Our forefathers killed to eat. The word is murder. Tirzak. Tirzak means murder. Murder means you don't take a life that's not justifiable by God. If God ain't say take the life, then you can't take that man's life. There are certain things that God said where a man or a woman life must be taken, like adultery. If a man and a woman commit adultery, God said both of them shall die. Incest, both of them shall die. Man on man, woman on woman, both of them shall die. What is incest? Incest is when two relatives have sexual relations. Sexual relations. So both of them shall die. You say shall die childless. Go ahead.
Thou shalt not commit adultery.
Adultery. Lo tin af. Adultery is when a woman has sexual relations with a man that's not her husband, and she's married. She's married and she has sexual relations with a man that's not her husband. Adultery for a man is when he has sexual relation with a married woman. If a man have a sexual relation with a woman and she's not married, that's not adultery. What that is fornication. Adultery and fornication. Because God prohibits that. God prohibits that. You cannot have sex and you ain't married. You married, that's the woman you should be having sex with. Not sleeping around with this one, that one, this one, that, all over the place. And that's how you had children that are born as bastards, because you had children out of wedlock.
Majority of the world.
You had children out of wedlock. Illegitimate, not sanctioned by God's law. Go ahead. Average child is a bastard today.
Thou shalt not steal.
Thou shalt not steal. Lo tigno. Steal meaning what? Steal, rob, and deceive. When you steal, you're taking something that don't belong to you. It don't belong to you, but you're taking it. And most of all these laws is concerning your neighbor. Tells me how I should do to you, what I should do to you, and what you shouldn't do to me, or what I shouldn't do to you. That's what these laws tells us. How it's treatment, how we should treat each other. How we should treat each other. How I should go at you, how you should go at me. How I shouldn't go at you, and how you shouldn't go at me. Go ahead, read.
Thou shalt not steal. Thou shalt not bear false witness against thy neighbor.
You don't know what happened and why you're talking. Why you have so much to say about a situation that went down and you wasn't there. And you know you have a lot of people that do that. The government can pay you, come to you, pay you to be a witness in the court. A lying witness and say, yes, I saw so-and-so do this and this and this, and the judge is going to give you 25 years. That's society. That's what society is based on. But God is not based and doesn't accept that, because God said 2 or more witnesses shall establish a matter. So if you don't have 2 or more witnesses to establish a matter, this matter don't count. So we can't base our terminology and meaning on things according to how society base it, because it's not according to what God says. God tells us how we should think, how we should move, what we should accept, what we should accept. And when you begin to move any other way besides how God has required you to move, then you don't agree. You don't accept. Go ahead.
Thou shalt not covet thy neighbor's house.
To covet, lust or desire. Covet is something that you can't see. It's inside. I can desire and covet, and you will never know if I desired it or coveted it. You didn't know if I desired this water until after you took it and stole it. So that's something that's inside. That's something that's inside. We got to clean from within. In order to emanate and show righteousness, we have to clean our insides out. Our insides is filthy with God. That's why you see people look at you and say, man, like the woman in the book, the prophet walked by, she said, perceive that this is a godly man. Why? Because this man he moved different. His insides, he's clean from inside out. So when you're clean from inside out, which includes what? Your pattern of thought, actions, thinking pattern. And when the way you think is going to show in your actions. So now, because your thinking is compared or comparable to God's thinking, now I'm emanating and I'm showing righteousness. I'm emanating and showing godliness according to what God says. That's why we have to change our inside first. We got to change our inside first, and you can't change from within if you don't read. This is something that has to be done over and over and over, so it can grow on you. Read it one time. This ain't going to grow on you. It don't grow on you. The Sabbath grows on you because you come every week. And you don't stay home when every little mishap happens. Oh, I don't feel good. You stay home. I got a little headache. I said, stay home. No, man. Don't make every little thing detour you or keep you from observing the Sabbath day. Right. You know why? Because you have a little headache. Guess what? You still went to work. Okay. You still went to work. Okay. I got to make this money, child. Okay. Oh. So that's what you put ahead and before God. So you're not getting paid to observe Shabbat. So I just lay in my bed and relax. It's not important. It's not important. It's not important. This is not going to grow in you if you don't come. This has to grow on you. And if a person wants to serve God and come to teachings, by all means, you can't tell a person that they fronting. How you know this man fronting? Or how you know this woman is fronting? Oh, I can tell, man. You can't tell nothing because you don't know the heart.
Right.
God knows the heart.
That's
And
right.
only God can tell you whether this person or that person is fronting.
That's right. That's right.
Yeah, of course, you can tell when a person is fronting according to his actions, but majority of the time, the person said that's not the situation. The person said they want to come and observe Shabbat.
Stop that.
This man said he wants to come and observe Shabbat. This woman said she wants to come and observe Shabbat. Put your emotions and what you think aside, because you're a wicked dude. You evil.
Yeah.
We are all evil.
Yeah.
So we conjure up evil thoughts and we conjure up things in our minds about people and put a hang up on people and say, they fronting. No, it's not like that, man. Let the man or let the woman come to Sabbath.
Mhm.
What I read on this, he said, an act of approving formally or officially. It's a good thing when a man or a woman can what? Can approve or say things formally. They're making declaration. Agree together. They're making declaration. You come to me and say, listen, brother, man, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have did this. I shouldn't have did this. I shouldn't have did this. I was wrong. I want to come back to teaching. I want to start. What kind of heart do you have? What kind of heart do you have, man? Let that man come on in. You already said I'm sorry. What more you want him to do? Wash your feet? And this has nothing to do with you. It has nothing to do with you. This is between that person and God. You can't stop nobody from coming to teach us.
Don't do that. You're gonna jam yourself.
You're gonna jam yourself.
Yeah.
Perry,
Thou shalt not covet thy neighbor's wife.
that's not what?
Covet thy neighbor's wife.
You know, there are people that desire other men's wives.
Yeah.
Right now.
Right now.
Every day outside.
That's right.
It's every day.
There are people that desire, and the dude, you
The
look
world.
you look at the person,
Everywhere you go.
you look at the person and you say, man, the woman's married.
Don't you say she?
You know what the dude said? Better for me. All I gotta do is hit and move. I hit, and I ain't gotta worry about her calling me. It doesn't. What's wrong with you, man? And that's the mentality of the world.
Niggas will grill your wife while she walking with you.
Right.
Yeah, man.
That's the mentality of the world.
Entice her.
You hear me? I said that's the mentality of the world. And this is why we are able to think differently. Because you read
That's right.
and you see what God approve of, and you read and you see what God don't approve of. It gives you a different mentality, different pattern of thought, thinking pattern, a godly thought, godly thinking.
Thou shalt not covet thy neighbor's wife, nor his manservant, nor his maidservant, nor his ox, nor his ass, nor anything that is thy neighbor's.
Cut that. Let's go to Joshua chapter 24. Let's go to Joshua chapter 24. Got it?
Joshua chapter 24.
All right, hold up. Give the people a little time to get it. All right, time sheet.
And
Joshua chapter 24, time sheet.
And Joshua gathered all the tribes of Israel to Shechem.
Joshua gathered all the tribes of who?
Of Israel.
Of Israel.
To Shechem.
To Shechem.
And called for the elders of Israel.
They called for the elders of Israel.
And for the heads.
And for the
For
heads.
their judges.
For the judges.
And for their officers.
Their officers.
And they presented themselves before
They
God.
presented themselves before God. Okay, go ahead and read.
And Joshua said unto all the people, Thus saith the Lord God of Israel, your fathers dwelt on the other side of the flood.
Your fathers. Say your fathers dwelt on the other side of the flood. Other side of the flood.
In old times.
In old times.
Even Terah.
Terah.
The father of Abraham.
The father of Abraham.
The father of Nahor.
The father of Nahor.
They served other
and
gods.
they served other gods. Abraham, at one point in time in his life, served and went after other
We
gods.
didn't know God. We didn't know God yet.
My father used to always say this. He said, I made a very, I made a strong impression on God. So I listened to him. He said, yeah. I said, I'm saying you have to listen to how. See what he's going to say. He said, you want to tell you how? Because I have something that I turned away from.
It never went back.
Never went back.
That's Abraham.
I have something that I turned away from. So he looked at us, looked at you, looked at me.
What do you
He said, what did you have and what did you turn away from to cause an impression with God? And I'm sitting down and I'm listening. I said, and it makes sense.
That's right. That's Abraham. That's right.
That's what Abraham did.
Babylon.
The people that don't know who the true and living God is, that had lived a lifestyle that's not godly,
Right.
those people have did a great act. You guys did a great act.
Yeah, even that stuff alone is-
Don't look at yourself as peons
Or any
or
less.
anything
That's
less.
That's right. That's right.
Because you did something great in the eyes of God.
That's right.
You just gotta build on it.
Yeah.
That's right.
There was a lifestyle that people lived in. There was a lifestyle that you guys lived in that God didn't agree with. And nobody is taking you by the chains and chaining you to a chair. You sitting down in that chair willingly, because you want to inquire, and there's something in you. There is some type of good in you that will keep you sitting in these chairs.
Gotta activate it now.
So don't think and look at yourself as peons.
No,
The only thing is that we have to build on that.
that's right.
We got to build on that because you got to jump start. So God's going to deal with you according to that. But you got to build on that by putting forth actions, by putting in works. Learn and do, and start putting it into action and works. Don't go back. Never go back.
Right.
Tom, see?
Joshua said to the people, thus saith the Lord God of Israel.
Joshua
the
said
fathers
what?
dwelt on the
To
other
the
side
people.
of the flood.
Read. Go
In
ahead.
old time,
Mhm.
even Terah, the father of Abraham and the father of Nahor, and they served other gods.
Right.
And
Now, people may say, well, the people, they're only here because of you. Okay, yeah, that's understood too. So at a point in time, my mother was here because of my father. 50 years, 60 years, 70 years later, she's still here. And she built according to that and moved forward.
Dedicated.
Dedicated.
Right.
My father had 3-4 wives.
That's right.
And guess what? He took care of every last one.
Yes, freelance.
Every last one of them had their own crib.
That's correct.
Right.
He went out and did what he had to do.
That's correct.
They used to come with their money, say, hey, don't worry about it. I don't want your money. Keep your money.
Do what you want.
To all his women to keep their money. And he paid the rent in 4 apartments.
Yeah.
Everybody
All
knew.
partners. And
Everybody
guess what?
knew.
Only one remained.
Mhm. First and
Only one remained.
that's right.
Why? Because you're not forced. You're not forced to be here. You don't want to be here, you can go ahead. God don't force nobody to do nothing. And you shouldn't force nobody to do nothing against their will.
Right.
Because these laws is only accepted when you're doing it of a willing heart. This is why God didn't force nobody to do anything. He'll give you, God, listen, the Creator worked like this. He give you the command, thou shalt not, gave you rules, and he step out to see what you're going to choose.
That's right.
To see what you're going to choose. He don't force you to do nothing, man. Go ahead, read.
And I took your father Abraham from the other side of the flood and led him throughout all.
I took your father Abraham from the other side of the flood. Why didn't he show himself to Terah? Why didn't he show himself to Abraham's brothers? Because Abraham had something in him that the rest of his brothers and his father didn't even have in them.
Nobody in the world.
So guess what? Abraham was better than his brothers.
Yes, you're right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Once you come to acknowledgement of who God is, yes, you are better than them.
Right.
And we got to start looking at ourselves that way. Yes, you're better than that person. Yes, you're better than them. I'm not going to voice it. Say, oh, I'm better than you because I said, I'm not going to do that. Because none of our forefathers did that. And we don't move that way because the book shows you how to move.
That's right.
Well, I'm better than you. No. We don't speak that way. Because those are the words of a pride person.
That's right.
Yeah, you're pride. So none of our forefathers spoke that way. Abraham ain't go back to Haran and Nahor and tell them that he's better than them. He didn't do that. Tom sheet.
And I took your father Abraham from the other side of the flood.
In Genesis 12, right? The Most High told Abraham to get away from his country. From his country.
Babylon.
When you look up the word for country, it means muladet. It means your relatives, your descendants, your family,
Kindred.
your kindred.
Yeah.
So Abraham had to separate himself from his whole family because he's living different. He's living according to what God says, and they wasn't moving in accordance to that. So therefore, he had to separate himself from that. It comes upon a time where a person got to separate themselves from their own family
That's right.
for the sake of serving God.
Right.
For the sake of serving God. So I can't walk with you no more because we're moving differently. I don't hate you. I don't despise you. I still love you. But our connection has a limit. It's a limit to that now. Because I live one way. I'm not going to come to your birthday parties.
That's right.
I'm not going to come to your festivities and your ceremonies. I'm not going to come to those things because I don't acknowledge those things and I don't celebrate in that form or fashion.
That's right.
That's what's going to put a separation between you and them.
Mm-hmm.
And that's number one right there, man.
Right.
When a person can do that,
Yeah.
you know where a person chose. You know where the person really did choose or not. Because your sisters and your relatives and your brothers going to come at you.
Oh, yeah, they come.
They're going to come at you. The only reason why they didn't come at you yet because you haven't voiced it yet or said anything yet. But when you do say things and you start putting some type of separation and distance because of God. Go ahead, read.
And I took your father Abraham from the other side of the flood and led him throughout all the land of Canaan. And
led him throughout all the land of Canaan. Read.
And multiplied his seed.
Multiplied his seed.
And gave him Isaac.
And gave him Isaac.
And I gave unto Isaac Jacob.
And
Esau. And I gave unto Esau Mount Seir.
Multiplied his seed and gave him Isaac. Right? Go ahead, read. And after Isaac.
Verse 4.
Okay, go ahead.
And I gave unto Esau Mount Seir to possess it, but Jacob and his children went down into Egypt.
Went down to Egypt. How they look? Joseph was a young man, and it inspired by God so much that God revealed to them a whole famine that was going to take place in Egypt, or not only in Egypt, all over the world. This was a worldwide famine. And God used Joseph to save nations and nations of people. Not only his family he saved, because without that dream, they would have never knew that famine was going down. And they would have ate up all that food when it was the 7 years of plenty and not saved nothing. People would have died of hunger. Tom sheet.
I sent Moses also and Aaron, and I plagued Egypt.
And I plagued Egypt.
According to that which I did among them. And afterward I brought you out. I brought your fathers out of Egypt, and you came unto the sea.
Oh, wait, hold on. I missed something. I missed a lot. All right, hold up. After, right? I have to go back to akare, meaning after. When you go after, it also means, oh no, I didn't, yeah. Go after other gods, right? It means subsequent to. Subsequent to means to attend. To attend. So whatever you attend, whenever you attend a celebration that is not of God, you are going after other gods. You can't attend that, right? To have the same views of. When you have the same views of, my view of this instance is the same as yours. When we're two different, we're supposed to be different. I live one way, you live one way. What are we doing looking at this situation the same way? Which means you think the same way as them. Which means we got to change our pattern of thought. That's called forward thinking. Forward thinking means to be against God, opposite to God, right? To resemble, right? To be on one accord with or conformity. So we're going to go into conformity and resemble. Conformity means to adapt oneself to a standard or custom. To be in agreement. To be in agreement with form, manners, or characteristics. That's when you conform. Or when you're conforming, meaning what? To agree, right? To be in agreement with form, manners, or custom. What is form? Your form means what? Your fashion, how you dress. Your manners is what? Goes into your customs. Your character means what? The way you think tells me your character. The way a person thinks tells me your character. Your settled habits becomes your character. Okay? Now the last one, right? Resemble. It means to be like or similar. And when you're like someone, you agree with them, right? When you're like a person or when you resemble a person, you feel attraction towards or pleasure in. Okay, there's a connection. Why do we have this connection if we serve two different gods? We serve two different gods. So when you agree, you are in one accord as an opinion, feeling, or purpose. Feeling or purpose. Okay? When me and the person, when we agree, we have the same opinion. Yeah. We got the same feeling of this purpose. The same outlook. Tamshi.
And I brought your fathers out of Egypt. And ye came unto the sea, and the Egyptians pursued after your fathers.
When God delivered the nation of Israel out of Egypt, they got all the way up to the Red Sea, right? The Egyptians was pursuing them. Go ahead, read.
And the Egyptians pursued after your fathers with chariots and horsemen unto the Red Sea. And when they cried unto the Lord, he put darkness between you.
He put darkness between who?
Between you and the Egyptians.
And the Egyptians. This wasn't regular darkness. There's two, the word for darkness is koshek. So when I looked it up, I see the word darkness, it says Afel, Aleph, Fe, Lamed. And that's not regular darkness. This was a type of darkness, a term used where light is hidden so effectively that it cannot be seen. It was a certain type of darkness that sucks up light. You try to put out light, a flashlight or anything, the darkness will be so thick that you cannot pass through, and it's going to suck up any type of light, any light. And that's the darkness, the type of darkness that God put, that thickness that he put between the nation of Israel and the Egyptians so that they would not be able to find their way towards them. Right.
And brought the sea upon them and covered them. And your eyes have seen what I have done in Egypt.
And brought the sea upon them and covered them. Right? Scientists, you can take the curtain and move it over. Scientists discovered chariots, armor, swords, skeletons in the Red Sea. In the Red Sea. Thousands of them in the Red Sea, which is facts and shows proof that there was a people named Israel that was escaping the hand of the Egyptians, and where God caused the sea to drown the Egyptians. Because remember, Moses split the whole sea in half, and the nation of Israel was traveling through dry ground. So remember now, imagine a whole sea split in half. In order to walk across that sea, before you got to go down. It's very deep, all the way down, thousands of miles and miles, hundreds of miles down. Then you got to go across. Then you got to come up. You know how long that took? We could just envision. It wasn't no quick process. That wasn't no quick process. All night, probably more than one, probably longer than night. That's right. Tamshi.
And your eyes have seen what I have done in Egypt, and you dwelt in the wilderness a long season. And I brought you into the land of the Amorites.
And I brought you onto the land of the Amorites. The Amorites were descendants of Canaan. Who was Canaan? Canaan was the son of Ham. Who was Ham? Ham was the son of Noah.
We know who Noah is.
And we know who Noah is. Right? Now, after the flood, right? After God flooded the whole earth, Noah was in his tent. He was uncovered. Ham walked in on his father's and saw his father's nakedness.
That's it.
And Noah cursed Canaan. A servant of servants shall he be. Right? Canaan was the son of Ham. Canaan had a son named Emor or Emir. And Emir was the father of the Amorites. These were all Hamitic nations.
That's correct.
Hamitic nations that was cursed under what Ham did to his father. Right? By Noah, because of his father, Ham seeing his father's nakedness while he was in his tent uncovered. Now people say, it wasn't Noah's nakedness that he saw. It was his wife's nakedness. But nowhere in the book states that his wife was in the same tent with Noah. But people say things and add things on to what they read. It wasn't really Noah's nakedness. That's what the book said. The book said, and it states that Ham saw the nakedness of his father. But when you see the nakedness of your father, your wife's nakedness is his nakedness. But the book didn't state that the wife was there. She wasn't there. So it's not talking about that. And that's what people need to learn. We need to stop adding on to what we read. Accept what you read and leave it there. If it don't say it, why are you adding figmentations of your own mind to what you think what really happened?
They lost.
Like the so-called Jewish folklore that Adam had 2 wives. Nowhere in the book states that Adam had 2 wives. He had 1 wife. His wife was Lilith. Lilith was a female demon compared to another male demon called Asmodeus. So if you want to learn something, look up that word. Look up those 2 meanings. People know about Lilith already, but look up Asmodeus. These were all demons. 1 demon took desire to men, and 1 demon took desire to woman. That's why in the time of Tobit, when Tobias was saved for a woman named Sarah. And every man that her father was going to marry Sarah to, this demon called Asmodeus will kill the person that goes in the chamber. That goes in the chamber. Right. Go ahead, Tom Sheet.
And I brought you into the land of the Amorites, which dwelt on the other side Jordan. And they fought with you. And I gave them into your hand that you might possess their land, and I destroyed them from before you. Then Balak, the son of Zippor, king of Moab, arose and warred against Israel, and sent and called Balaam, the son of Beor, to curse you. But I would not hearken unto Balaam, therefore he blessed you still.
Who was Balaam? Balaam was a warlock. Balaam was a man, was a top-notch warlock that dead in witchcraft. and warlock
He
training,
taught wizards.
sorcery, wizards. They had a school for that.
Yeah, first
And he was appointed to curse a whole nation. A whole nation, but God didn't allow that to go down. He flipped it. Why? Because at that point in time, the people was right with God.
no iniquity was
There was no iniquity found in the nation of Israel at that point in time. All right, so go ahead, read.
But I would not hearken unto Balaam.
Uh-huh.
Therefore he blessed you still. So I delivered you out of his hand. And he went over Jordan and came unto Jericho. And the men of Jericho fought against you. The Amorites and the Perizzites and the Canaanites and the Hittites, the Girgashites, the Hivites and the Jebusites. And I delivered them into
All
your hand.
those nations right there we just mentioned were Hamitic nations.
Those are Hamitic nations.
Those are all Hamitic nations that God gave strict command for the nation of Israel to destroy and wipe them out. Destroy them and wipe them out. But guess what? That didn't happen. That didn't happen. We started making intermarriages and started marrying into their daughters. Their daughters married into their men. But realize something. You had some of those men that was in those nations that was godly. Like Uriah the Hittite. Uriah the Hittite was wonderful. So that came to term with this. God made exceptions for those that make exceptions for his laws. For his laws. So in order, listen, right now, it's not about Israel no more.
Tell them again, man.
It's not about Israel no more. It's about a people.
That's it.
It's about a people that is able to make exceptions for God and his laws.
Right.
So that God can make exceptions for you.
That's right. That's right.
So
That's
God
what
can make
it is.
exceptions for you. And that's what it is right now.
Going down.
Because there's no pure seed of nothing.
No.
We are not the pure seed of Israel. We are mingled up. We have been mingled up and been mingled up and been mingled and mingled and mingled for so many years.
Identity crisis.
Identity, DNA, all that, we lost it. We lost it. Because of our
That's
lifestyle.
the land.
That's right.
That's everything.
Tom Shee.
And I sent the hornet before you,
Uh-huh.
which drave them out from before you,
Uh-huh.
even the two kings of the Amorites,
Uh-huh.
but not with thy sword, nor with thy bow.
Uh-huh.
And I have given you a land for which ye did not labor, and cities which ye built not, and ye dwelt in them. Of the vineyards and olive yards which ye planted not, do ye eat.
Mm-hmm.
Now therefore fear the Lord, and
Mhm.
serve him in
Now,
sincerity,
therefore, fear the Lord, fear God, and do what?
and serve him
Serve
in
him
sincerity and in truth.
in sincerity and in truth. Right? Okay. Let me find this thing. Okay, good. Serve him in sincerity and in truth. What is sincerity? When you look up the word for sincerity, it says tamim. Tamim means perfection. Perfection. So when you're serving God in perfection, before you serve God in perfection, right? You got to fear him. So we're going to get into that word fear first. Fear means to be afraid of. Be afraid to offend God.
Be scared.
Yeah.
Be afraid to offend God. Also, God also said to fear and be afraid of your parents. Be afraid and to offend your mother and your father. Be afraid of that. That's why when you see your parents and your mother and your father getting rowdy, you say, okay, that right there will shut you up. You say, okay, no problem, you got it. You shut up. Because you don't want their anger to get kindled against you, right? So if I'm not afraid, then I won't make the right decisions. That fear, we need that fear. Because fear is what makes me make the correct decision, right? According to what God says. Fear will keep me from stealing because I'm afraid of what's going to happen to me if I violate this law.
Right.
I'm afraid what's going to happen to me if I violate this law or that law. That's what fear does. It stops you and put a block, right? He said, I will be aware of, right? Okay, before a person fear God, before we begin to fear God, we fear what people think first. We begin to feel what people think about you when you start serving God, and that causes people not to make changes with themselves. That's what put a block, and it stops me from informing my brother or my sister about how I live, because you don't want that person to look at you in a weird way. So you're afraid of that. But when you conquer that, then you can begin to fear God. Time sheet. Oh, no, hold on. Don't. All right, hold up. Okay. Now, therefore, fear the Lord and serve Him in sincerity of heart. Right? Sincerity meaning tamim. When you look up tamim, it means perfection. Perfection is what? Free from fault or defect. Satisfying all requirements. What is the requirements? To serve God and keep His commandments. Those are the requirements that God requires us. He said, what do I require? He said, but to serve the Most High and keep my commandments. That's the whole duty of man. That's man's duty. And in return, because this is the duty of man, the man in return relay it to his wife and to his children. But the duty of man is to serve God. That's man's duty, to serve God. Guess what the duty for woman is? Why do you think the angel went to the husband during the time of Manoah? Okay? Manoah, an angel appeared to Manoah's wife and told his wife a bunch of instructions of how she's going to deal with Samson. She's going to get pregnant, this and this and this. She went back and told her husband, and Manoah asked God to bring the man back so he can be informed. But your wife told you already. But listen, bring the angel back. I want to hear it from the angel. So the angel came. He said everything and relayed everything to Manoah. You know what the angel told Manoah? Allow your wife to do this. Because if he didn't allow, he said, well, no, listen, I don't want to do that. That's it. It's dead. That's my wife.
Your possession.
That's my possession. That's my wife. My possession. So you have to go ahead, read. You said fault. Hold on. Fault. You said free from fault. When you free from fault, you're that's fault meaning err. To err means to violate an accepted standard. To violate an accepted standard. What are the accepted standards? Accepted standards are the laws and the commandments and the statutes in the book. That's an accepted standard. Right? Go ahead. No, hold on. Let me finish that. All right. Be sincere. It says what? Sincere in your actions. Sincere in your actions. Sincere in your character. And sincere in what you say out of your mouth. Utterance. Okay? Yeah. Sincere. Be sincere and truthful in your actions. Don't say one thing, but you're moving different. Don't say one thing, but your actions is not showing what you're saying out of your mouth. And that's very important. You look at the person that make you talk too much. You're running your mouth a whole lot, but you're not emanating and showing what you're voicing out of your mouth. That's why my father said, he said, man, when you stand up here, he said, you got to start showing and being about what you say out of your mouth. I done binded myself already because you come up here and you say strong things, but you move different. So I can't move in this manner no more. I can't move in this manner no more. I can't move this way no more. So what's the other one? Right? So if you just, all right. In action, character. Sincere in your character and utterance. So if you are serving God truthfully, you will begin to accept and believe. You will begin to accept and believe. And that's where sincerity comes in at.
Right.
You don't accept and you believe God, you ain't going to be sincere in your actions, in your character, and your utterance. Belief come first. Belief and accepting God come first for any type of sincerity in God to come after. Okay, go ahead.
Serve him in sincerity and
In
truth.
sincerity and in truth.
And put away the gods which your fathers served on the other side of the flood.
And put away the gods which your fathers served on the other side of the flood. To put away, right? It means to put away, right? To put away, right? These idols have to have interest. No, wait. To put away the idols, right? So you have to have interest in the Creator so you can start putting effort in serving Him. If you don't have no interest in God, you ain't gonna put no effort in.
Right.
You know what an effort is? It's a determined intent. What is a determined intent? Shabbat is almost here. The Sabbath is almost here. So when you're putting effort in serving God, nothing comes before this. I gotta start preparing this food. First priority. Priority in preparing for the Shabbat. That's putting effort in serving God.
Right.
Why you wait till 5 minutes before the cook? Why you wait till 15 minutes before the sunset to clean? Why you wait 20 minutes before to do this, and this, when you know you can't do that on the Sabbath?
Yeah.
Because you have no effort in serving God.
That's right.
You don't have no effort.
No.
It means how much work do you put in for God? Time sheet.
And put away the gods which your fathers served on the other side of the flood and in Egypt. And
Uh-huh.
serve ye the Lord. And if it seem evil unto you
If it seem evil unto you
to serve the Lord,
to serve God,
choose you this day whom you will serve.
choose who you want to serve.
That's it.
Make your mind up.
You feel it's a little too much?
You
Don't
feel
wait
it's
for
too
it.
much? You
Make
feel
your
it's too
mind
much
up.
for you? You feel it's too much restrictions? You don't have to. It's overwhelming. It's too burdensome. I can't take it. I can't take it.
No.
Nobody hold you. You
Go
can go.
longer. Go longer.
You can go.
Right.
Again, God don't force no one to do this. You don't have to do
I ain't
this.
gonna force nobody neither.
Tom sheep.
Choose you this day whom you
Uh-huh.
will serve.
Uh-huh.
Whether the gods which your fathers served that were on the other side of the flood, or the gods of the Amorites, in whose land ye dwell.
Uh-huh.
But as for me and my house, we will serve the Lord.
And that's what Joshua was concerned with. His house. I can't be concerned with nobody else and stress myself about nobody else. That's not my job to be concerned and stress myself out about nobody else.
No.
God gave you to choose. Gave you the right to choose. Life or death, good or evil. The only thing I'm concerned about is what goes on in my house.
That's right.
That's what you're responsible for.
That's what I'm responsible for. Whoever's in my house must serve God.
That's right.
Whoever is in my house must be binded by these rules.
That's right.
Binded by these rules.
That's right. So come on, you're
And
right.
being that they don't take it seriously, guess what? It's heavy restrictions and heavy surveillance. I'm on watch. I'm looking. I'm going here. I'm watching here. I'm watching here. Because nobody in the house has the determination to serve God like
That's
you.
right. That's right.
Like I said, that comes in time. The determination and the ferventness and the strength to push for God comes in time. That has to you increases it and you can lessen it with your actions. They come in time. They don't come all the way. Time sheet.
And the people answered and said,
Look what the people say.
God forbid that we should forsake the Lord
Uh-huh.
to serve other gods.
God forbid that we should forsake the Lord to serve other gods, which was a lie. Mm-hmm.
For the Lord our God, he it is that brought us up
The Lord our God, He is the who?
He it is that brought us up and our fathers out of the land of Egypt.
Out of the land of Egypt. They started making declaration.
Mm-hmm.
They started making some type of declaration, and what's the word? They started speaking. Making that declaration. Sometimes you need to hear that.
Mm-hmm.
Sometimes you need to voice how you feel.
That's right.
Because I don't know how you feel until you voice it and you say it. How you feel towards this.
That's right.
Do you feel comfortable doing this?
Do
Do you like doing this?
you?
Do you enjoy coming here and sitting in these chairs for 2-3 hours?
Do you?
Because some people say, man, I don't know how you do it.
Yeah.
A Negro came to me and said, I don't know how you do it. I said, how I do what? How I sit in them chairs for 2-3 hours. Talking about you listening. You sit in service for that long? I said, yes.
Yes.
Yes, I do.
We used to stand for 7 hours on your hour.
And my father used to keep, man,
Bro.
y'all getting it right.
Like,
I used to start at 10:30, and he didn't want to break till 5:36.
Yeah.
Summertime, the sun go down to 8:30. The man won't go to 6:30. I go to him. I say, yo, Abba, man. I said, Abba, I'm hungry, man.
That's right.
I said, Abba, I'm hungry.
So the only reason why I'm begging
He sit in the chair.
was food don't spoil.
I
So
said,
that's the only
he
reason
sit
why.
there and laugh.
I love.
He sit there and laugh. He said, all right, son, all right, man. He said, I'm sorry. He said, I gotta stop doing this.
Yeah.
He said, I gotta stop. You know what he said after that? I gotta stop doing this. He said, I gotta think for the people.
Yeah.
I gotta stop thinking about myself.
Uh-huh.
That's righteousness.
Because he would say all day.
He said, if it was up to me, I say it all day.
Yes.
He said, but I gotta think for the people.
Yeah.
That's what a head and a leader does.
Yeah.
You think for the people. That comes natural. Leaders, you can't make nobody no leader. You gotta have that in you. You gotta have that leader in order to lead and guide. Because a leader and a guide and a shepherd think of his flock.
That's right.
Think of his flock. And think of his cattle.
Mm-hmm.
Like he used to say, he said, man, he said, I gotta think for my wife. Yeah, I must like it and it's okay with me, but you see, every now he go this way, he said, man, you all right with this? And I'm wrong day, he said, man, you all right with this, Isha? It's okay, boom, 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 boom. Yeah, it was good. She said, no. She said, no, this your house. She said, yeah, I know that. I said, but we won. So I gotta know what's your input. I gotta know how you feel according to this. And then I said, okay. And sometimes, listen, man, your mother said, and you walk out the room, you said, man, your mother said, pop, 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 pop. He said, don't come to me. He said, go to your mother. He said, leave me alone. Yeah. Come see.
And which did those great signs in our sight.
Those great signs. Those signs were some hell of a signs. Hell of a signs, man. In Egypt, all these plagues meant something. The Nile River turned to blood. The second plague, frogs. The third plague, lice, flies. The fifth plague was murrain. Murrain is what? The death of the cattle. Then you had boils, hail, locusts, thick darkness that could be felt to where they couldn't move. There was no movement once that thick darkness came around. But the only place that had light was Goshen. You know where Goshen was? Goshen was where the Israelites was at. One spot was dark. The whole of Egypt was dark, but not Goshen. And the last plague, death for the firstborn. Death for the firstborn.
All of Egypt.
And all that time, while those plagues, God was smiting Egypt with those plagues. Pharaoh looked, he said, man, listen, you get the people, get the cattle, get where you gotta get, and get out of here, man. Go. And he really meant it.
Yeah.
But God hardened his heart against doing the thing that is right.
Yeah.
Why? Why did God harden his heart? So that he can show him his glory.
That's
So
right.
that he can prove to him that, listen here, I'm God. And guess what? The same God then, the same God now.
Right.
According to your actions and according to your life And the things that you do in your life that is contrary to God, he harden your spirit against the things that's lawful and right.
That's right. That's right.
He harden you against this. You don't want God to do that, man. You don't want God to do that. Tom Street.
And which did those great signs in our sight,
Uh-huh.
and preserved us in all the ways wherein we went, and among all the people through whom we passed.
Uh-huh.
And the Lord drave out from before us all the people, even the Amorites which dwelt in the land. Therefore will we also serve the Lord, for he is our God.
Uh-huh.
And Joshua said unto the people,
What Joshua said to the people.
ye cannot serve the Lord.
He said, listen, man. He said, y'all can't serve God.
Uh-oh.
Y'all can't serve God. What else he said?
For he is a holy
He
God,
said, because he's a holy God.
a
He's
jealous God.
a jealous God. Now look, that's why he gave us holy laws. Holy laws to separate us from the people we lived amongst. Because he's a holy God. And in order for us to serve this God, we got to be a holy people. And keeping the laws and the commandments and the statutes of God is what keep you being holy and separate. Automatic. Right? Go ahead, read. He said, if he is a jealous God,
he will not forgive your transgressions.
he will not forgive your transgressions. What does forgive mean? What is the meaning of forgive? It means to cease to feel resentment from the offender. People say, oh, I forgive you. I forgive you. Just a word. Just like love. Just a word. I forgive you, man. I forgive you.
Yeah.
But when you forgive someone, you don't feel the same way you feel about the person. That feeling is ejected.
Don't come back.
It don't come back. People say they forgive, but they still talk about what the offender did. So you didn't forgive them.
No.
What is resentment? Persistent ill will at something regarded as wrong. Not by you, but by what God looked at as being wrong. And that's what we need to realize. When we start looking at things as wrong, right? When we start looking at things as wrong, right? We have to channel that and realize and ask ourselves, do God look at it as wrong? And I don't know if you noticed, and my woman noticed it. I said, but I told her before, I said, man, I'm channeling and training myself only to look at things that is wrong according to what God said is wrong.
That's it. That's it.
People come, oh, he was wrong. Immediately the Lord comes in. Me. Well, God never said I was wrong. It's wrong according to the Lord, it ain't wrong. It's only wrong according to your decrepit mind. It's only wrong according to our minds. But according to what God says, it ain't wrong. And God never said it was wrong.
That's right. God tell us what's wrong.
Never said it was wrong. So, and that's a training. That's another part of training yourself to serve God. That's another part of training yourself to have the same mentality and the thought pattern unto God. Go ahead, read.
He will not forgive your transgressions nor your sins.
He will not forgive your transgressions or your sins. So he won't forgive you. You know why? God did say, if you repent, I will forgive you. But apparently there was no repentance. So don't look for no forgiveness from God. Don't look for forgiveness. You got to repent in order for God to forgive you. Go ahead.
If ye forsake the Lord.
If ye forsake the Lord. To forsake means to abandon. How do you abandon God? To abandon God means to leave off. To leave off from doing the laws and the commandments and the statutes of God. Another definition of forsake, it means to renounce. To renounce means to formally declare what you reject. I said, formally declare what you reject. Be careful. I said, be careful, because people have said things out of their mouth that is against God. You have renounced God with your speech by declaring what you reject and what you don't like and what you don't agree with and what you don't think is right according to your sick mind, because you're still basing things off of society, general thoughts, general view. You know what's general view? How the world what thinks. How the world thinks. How the world thinks. But I'm glad to say I ain't like the world. And I don't want to be like the world. I don't want to be like them. I don't want to be like everybody else. My thinking pattern is different from the world. Different from the world. And I move different from the world. According to the pattern and the curriculum that God wants me to walk and be. That's it. There's no changes. There's no changes. There's no going back. There's no altering. There's no none of that. Go ahead.
If you forsake the Lord and serve strange gods, then he will turn and do you hurt.
You hear that? He said, if you forsake God and do what? And serve who?
Serve a strange God.
Serve strange God.
Then he will turn and do
Then
you
guess
hurt.
what God said? He said, I'm going to turn and do you hurt. Things will start going wrong in your life.
Right.
Things will start going bad in your life because you have turned away from God. So a person
Rightly so.
that has that righteous mind will begin to think and say, what did I do that caused this?
Okay.
There is something that you did in your life that is against God that caused this to happen to you. That's how it works.
That's how it works. That's how it is.
That's how it works. That's how it is. That's how the cookie crumbles.
That's how it crumbles.
So whatever you did in your life that was against God, this is why this happened.
Yeah.
And then you don't see certain little mishaps happen, and then you get all crazy and then after a while it pans out. You don't notice that?
Right.
1 minute something happened in your life or a situation that you want to go one way, and it ain't going that way, and you get crazy and angry instead of sitting back and thinking on yourself why it happened. And then later on, a week, 2 weeks, maybe a month, 2 months later, it panned out and it ironed out. Do you think that's was for nothing? You probably, and people probably don't even realize and acknowledge what in the world they did that caused that friction, and then what you did to cause the friction to iron out. Because we not on point with ourselves. We just lally-dagging and we not on point. Living day by day, thinking about, no, we not on point. And we're not watching ourselves. God said, take heed to yourself, means watch everything that I do. Watch your mental and what comes up in here. Because I ain't got to do nothing. Sometimes your thinking pattern go off and God shake something things up in your life. And you're like, damn, I ain't doing nothing. Yeah, what you thought up? It could be two things. Either you thought up something that was against God, or you did something what caused this friction. And then all of a sudden, it irons out. Oh, wow, man, it's going through. Yeah, you wonder why it's going through or what took place? No. You haven't. Tom Sheet.
And the people said unto Joshua, nay, but we will serve the Lord.
The people said unto Joshua, he said, nah. He said, nah, we ain't doing that. He said, we're going to serve God. Tom Sheet.
Joshua said unto the people, ye are witnesses against yourselves.
You're witnesses against yourself.
Now.
You know now.
Mm-hmm.
You're accountable.
Mm-hmm.
No excuse.
No excuse. Go ahead.
You are witnesses against yourselves that ye have chosen you, the Lord, to serve him. And they said, we are witnesses.
Uh-huh.
Now therefore put away, said he, the strange gods which are among you, and incline your heart unto the Lord God of Israel. And the people said unto Joshua, the Lord our God will we serve, and his voice will be obeyed.
Uh-huh.
So Joshua made a covenant with the people that day and set them a statute and an ordinance in Shechem. And Joshua wrote these words in the book of the law of God and took a great stone and set it up there under an oak that was by the sanctuary of the Lord. And Joshua said unto the people, behold, this stone shall be a witness unto us, for it hath heard all the words of the Lord, which he spake unto us. It shall be therefore a witness unto you, lest ye deny your God. So Joshua let the people depart, every man unto his inheritance.
Go to Psalms chapter 1.
Psalms chapter 1.
Psalms chapter 1.
Blessed is the man that walketh not in the counsel of the ungodly.
Blessed is the man that walketh not in the counsel of the ungodly. Right? Now, bless. What is the word? What that word bless means? It means to glorify, right? To speak good about. To speak good about, to speak gratefully of. So anything you speak good about, you bless. That's why we got to be careful about what we speak good about. Because whatever we speak good about, God is against it.
Okay.
God is against it, but we speak good about it. We speak good about it. That's not good. Whatever we speak good about has to be good according to what God said is good. That means you approve it, right? It also means to confer. To confer means to bestow upon. To confer means to confer prosperity and has happiness upon, right? And remember when Jacob blessed, it's all good things that the man, that your father say things about your son. They put their hand on top of their head and they say certain things and they bless them in the name of God. And that's why in Genesis 3, he said, Most High gave a command. He said, God said, we shouldn't eat from it, neither shall we touch it. We got to be careful of the things that we eat and the things that we touch. Number one, the things that we touch are receptors. These hands, the palms are receptors. Why do you think our posture of praying is different? It's two posture. When you prostrate yourself, or you can kneel or stand with your hand stretched forward. Stretched forward. Okay? These are all receptors. And that's a posture that we take as a people when we pray. We don't pray in no other posture. Okay? Glory, right? To glorify, right? Common consent. Common consent. What is common consent? We both agree on it. We both are in agreement with this particular action or whatever went down, right? To approve of, right? So when you agree together, your opinion, your feelings, and purpose is the same. We got the same purpose. We got the same feelings. You feel how I feel. Our opinion, my opinion is your opinion. My purpose is your purpose. My purpose can't be moving one way. Your purpose can't be opposite than my purpose. The way I feel according to this, you got to feel the same way I feel. You got to feel the same way I feel. My opinion got to be your opinion because we are one. We one. We one person. One. That's what God said. That's what God said. Don't feel no way when, because all right. Now, let me go ahead, read. Yes, I'm not gonna say, oh yeah, we won. Right? So if we're one, what God said, he said, when you take a wife, you take a possession. Wherever you take as a possession, what do you do with it?
Own it.
No, not just own it, brother. You take care of it. Not own it, not just own it. You take care of it. This is my possession. I gotta put my possession in an apartment, in a house. This is my possession. I gotta make sure my possession is eating. This is my possession. That's what the book said. And my possessions, I gotta make sure I feed them, take care of them, clothe them. Right. You gotta do those things. So if you ain't clothing and feeding and taking care of them, then you don't possess nothing.
Right.
It's not your possession. Because you ain't following after what God said in the book. Right? It said, blessed is the man that walketh not in the counsel of the ungodly. The word halak means to walk, to follow a certain course or procedure or way of life. To follow a certain course or procedure or way of life. That's it. That's all it means. It means to go or to walk. Now, my course and my procedure or way of life has to be the course and the procedure or way of life that God has set up. That's it. Tom C.
What is the nor standing in the way of sinners?
No standing, right. No standing in the way of sinners.
Nor sit in the seat of the scornful.
Nor sit in the seat of the scornful. Okay. He says, nor the counsel of the ungodly. Right? Right? What is the ungodly? The guilty. Rishaim mean guilty or wicked. It said, nor stand it in the what? In the way of sinners. What to stand means to agree. To agree with sinners. Right? To accept sinners. Or to be similar. Or to be the same as these people. Right? Now, in the Hebrew, it says, nor stand it in the way of sinners, nor sit in the seat of the scornful. Right? B'moshab letzim lo yashab. You should not dwell in the habitation of a scorner. That's the correct pronunciation in the Hebrew. We didn't dwell with scorners and live with scorners. We were very, very skeptic with who we lived with. You know why? Because if we didn't agree, then they didn't play that. They didn't live with people that they didn't agree with. Today, we live with anybody. We don't agree, look at the same way, they still, our forefathers didn't do that, man. We didn't agree, listen, somebody gonna make some type of separation. They're gonna start making a separation. All right, go ahead, read.
Nor sits in the seat of scorners.
But
his delight is in the Lord.
But his delight is in the Lord. That's what you delight in. Delight in God. That's your delights, right? That's what we're supposed to be delighting in. Tom C.
And in his law does he meditate day and night.
In his law does he meditate day and night. When you go on the bed, that's your thoughts, and that's what you're meditating on and thinking on. The word for meditate is yehigeh, means to speak or to read, to focus your thoughts on. Tom C.
And he shall be like a tree planted by
the rivers of water.
That brings forth its fruit in its season.
Uh-huh.
Its leaf also shall not wither. And in whatsoever he does shall prosper.
The tree planted by the rivers of water. What comes from trees? Leaves. That's right? You know what that means? You know what's the meaning of that? It said, whatsoever he do, it shall prosper. It ain't talking about a tree. It's talking about the man that is grounded in God. The leaf or his seed is not gonna stray away. Will not stray away from God. Some will stray. You listen. Not all children keep, but God gonna make it so that you keep 1 or 2, maybe 3. Some gonna hold. Some gonna hold. Some see.
Not so the wicked, but they're like the chaff which the wind drives away.
He said, not so. The ungodly are not so. The word, the ungodly is not so, means lo kang harishaim. The ungodly is not honest. The ungodly is not honest. So an ungodly person or a person that's not striving to be godly, they're full of lies. That's why Paul used to always say, he said, man, I don't lie. He said, I don't lie. He said, y'all lie to me. He said, but I don't lie to nobody. I don't lie to y'all. That's a hell of a statement. That's a hell of a statement, man. Because guess what? We are natural liars. Sometimes lie just jump out your mouth and you go, oh, man, why did I say that?
True.
And then you got to go back and say, man, what I said was a lie, man. I shouldn't have said that.
Yeah.
But that comes with a person that's correcting oneself. You're correcting yourself. Man, what I said was a lie, man. I shouldn't have said that, man. This is the truth. Bah, 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 bah. Go ahead, Tom C.
Therefore, the wicked shall not stand in the judgment,
Therefore, the wicked shall not stand in the judgment, Tom C.
nor transgressors in the congregation of the righteous.
Nor transgressors in the congregation of the righteous.
For Israel knows the way of the righteous,
For the Lord knoweth the way of the righteous,
but the way of the wicked shall perish.
the way of the wicked shall perish. Go to 1 Samuel chapter 15.
First Samuel chapter 15. And Samuel said to Shaul, Israel sent me to anoint thee to be king over his people, over Israel. And therefore hearken to the voice of the words of Elohim. Thus says Israel, El of hosts, I remember that which Amalek did to
Okay,
Israel.
hold up. Now, he said what? Read that over. Read the whole chapter over.
And Shemuel said to Shaul, Israel sent me to anoint thee to be king over his people, over Israel.
So therefore what?
And therefore,
We can't have kings today. And we can't have no high priests and priestesses today because kings and priests were anointed.
Yep.
You cannot be promoted to be a king or a priest. You had to be anointed to be king or priest. Okay? So therefore, if there's no anointment going on, then there's no priest and high priest going on here.
Right.
There's nobody that's called high priests and priests and kings. None of that is here.
That's right.
Tom Sheet.
And therefore hearken to the voice of the words of Israel. Thus says Israel, the El of hosts,
Uh-huh.
I remember that which Amalek did to Israel. How he laid wait for him in the way when he came up from Mitzrayim.
You know how long that was? This is the time of King Saul and the prophet Samuel. You know how long that was? And God still remembered the what Amalek did to the people.
That's right. That's right.
No, sorry, I had it on. God still remembered what Amalek did. What did Amalek do? Amalek was Esau's grandson, right? Do we see how a father can destroy and cut off his whole lineage by what he do to offend God?
Yes.
A man can destroy his whole lineage just by what one person did against God. Just by what one person did to offend God. Right? Go ahead, Hala.
I remember that which Amalek did to Israel, how he laid wait for him in the way when he came up from Mitzrayim. Now go and smite Amalek and utterly destroy all
Smite
that he
Amalek.
had, and
Now,
slay them.
Amalek, while we was leaving Egypt, close it. Yeah, let it hold up first. While we was leaving Egypt, Amalek is Esau's grandson. He was killing the nation and the stragglers from behind. People that was lagging from behind, they was getting killed. Somebody in the bathroom. They was killing the people from behind. Right? And God remembered that. God remembered that. So therefore, the Most High gave command to the king to kill Amalek, to move on Amalek. Right? Tamshi.
But slay both man and woman.
I'm in 1 Samuel chapter 15. You said slay what?
both man and woman,
both man and woman,
infant and suckling,
infant, suckling,
oxen, sheep,
oxen, sheep, camel, asses. God didn't want nothing back. God didn't want nothing back. He said, kill everything. I don't want nothing back. Right? Tamshi.
And Shaul gathered the people together and numbered them in Telahim, 200,000 footmen, and 10,000 men of Yehudah. And Shaul came to a city of Amalek and laid wait in the valley. And Shaul said to the Kenites, go, depart, go down from among the Amalekites, lest I destroy thee with them. But I have shown kindness to all the children of Israel when they came up out of Egypt.
Now, when was this? This was in the time with Moses.
Right.
The Kenite was who? Jethro.
Yes.
When he accepted the nation in, and he showed the people kindness. God, see, the good that a person does never dies. You always got to keep in mind of the good that a person does for you. Right. That does not die.
Right.
And if this person does not move in that manner, I cannot move opposite because you're moving according to what God says. So I have to put a separation. Yes, I'm going to acknowledge the good that you did for me, but you're not acknowledging and returning the favor. So I can't, there's no connection between me and you. I got to separate myself. Because you're not going to allow yourself to be used and misused. And while this guy here, a person that doesn't acknowledge God and acknowledge the good that you did for him, he's going to return you evil. So I got to separate myself. Tamshi.
So the Kenites departed from among the Amalekites.
Mm-hmm.
And Shaul smote Amalek from Havilah unto the approach of Ashur,
Tamshi.
that is over against Mitzrayim. And he took Agag, the king of Amalek.
He took Agag, the king of who? Of Amalek, alive. That's the first mistake. The first one that's supposed to go was the king. But he saved him alive after God done commanded him to kill the king. Everybody must die. Comes, go ahead, read.
And utterly destroyed all the people with the edge of the sword. But Shaul and the people had pity on Agag and on the best of the sheep and of the oxen and of the fatlings and the lambs, and all that was good, and would not utterly destroy them. But everything that was of little value and weak, they destroyed utterly.
Right.
Then came the word of Elisrael to Shemuel, saying, I regret that I have set up Shaul.
So I regret that what?
I have set up Shaul to be king.
That I set up King Saul to be king. That I set up Saul to be king. Regret meaning what? Feeling of disappointment. Disappointed. Okay, read.
For he has turned back from following me, and he has not performed my commandments. And it grieved Shemuel, and he cried to Elisrael.
He said it grieved Samuel. It grieved Samuel. Because Samuel and God was one. Samuel was one with God. So whatever grieved God, grieved Samuel. Whatever God was against, Samuel was against. If God wasn't against it, then Samuel wasn't against it. And that's the mind frame of these prophets and these men that have the determination to serve God. They're going to get angry when certain things is done that God don't accept. They're going to get angry. Tamshi.
And when Shemuel rose early to meet Shaul in the daybreak, it was told Shemuel, saying, Shaul came to Carmel. Behold, he set him up a monument and has gone about and passed on and gone down to Gilgal. And Shemuel came to Shaul, and Shaul said to him, Blessed be thou of Israel.
Shemuel came to Saul, and Saul said unto him, what? Blessed be thou of the Lord. I have performed the commandments of the Lord. He didn't perform the commandments of God. You done saved Agag and the best of the sheep. How you perform the commandment of God if you're doing that? Go ahead.
And Shemuel said, What means then this bleating of the sheep in my ears, and the lowing of the oxen which I hear? And Shaul said, They have brought them from the Amalekites, for the people spared the best of the sheep and of the oxen to sacrifice to Elisrael thy El, and the rest we have utterly destroyed. Then Samuel said to Shaul, Stay, and I will tell thee what Elisrael said to me this night. And he said to him, Say on. And Shemuel said, Though thou was little in thine own sight, was thou not made head of the tribes of Israel? And Elisrael anointed thee king over Israel. And Elisrael sent thee on a journey and said, go and utterly destroy those transgressors,
Destroy the sinners, the Amalekites,
and fight against them,
fight
until they are
against them
consumed.
until they be consumed. He said, destroy the sinners. Read, go ahead.
Why then didst thou not obey the voice?
He said, why didn't you obey the voice of God?
But didst fly upon the spoil,
But you flew upon the spoil
and didst do evil in the sight of
and
El.
did evil in the sight of God. Read.
And Shaul said to Shemuel, indeed, I have obeyed the voice of
He
El.
said, indeed, I have obeyed the voice of God. At that point in time, he still don't see it. He don't see it, man. Go ahead, read.
And have gone along the road which El sent, and have brought Agag, king of the Amalek, and have utterly destroyed the Amalekites.
See, that's what iniquity does.
Yeah.
Iniquity blocks and clears and blurs out your vision, and you won't be able to discern between what is good and what is right, what is evil and what is wrong, according to what God says. You could be sitting there and you can explain yourself all day trying to show a person what is right by God or what is wrong by God, but you still can't view it and see it. Because God done put a block and cloud. He blinded you, man. Tom Sheep.
But the people took of the spoil.
The people took the spoil, the
sheep
sheep,
and
the
oxen,
oxen, the chief of the things.
property to sacrifice to El, by El in Gilgal.
But you're the king. And you know the commandment of God. God said, don't bring nothing back. You allow the people to bring back the best of the sheep. Go ahead.
And Shemuel said, has El as great delight in burnt offerings and sacrifices as in obeying the voice of El?
Do you think God delight in sacrifices and offerings over obedience?
No.
That's the question. Do you think God is going to accept sacrifices and offerings over obeying the command of God?
No.
Because if you obey the command of God, then you don't have to set up no sacrifices.
Right.
I don't have to set up a sin offering because I didn't transgress. I don't have to set up a peace offering. And a peace offering is to regain the favor of God. That's why they sent up. It was an order in these offerings and sacrifices. When you violate the commandment of God, they sent up the sin offering. Then after the sin offering, they'll send up a peace offering to regain and get back in God's favor.
That's right. Okay.
That was the purpose of these offerings. So again, there was no redemption of sin until blood be shed. There was no redemption of sin until blood be shed. So I had to use these offerings, use these animals, that first years and lambs and cattle, to offer up to God. So my iniquities will be forgiven. Then after that, the peace offering goes up.
That's right.
To regain favor back in the eyes of God. Tom Sheep.
Behold, to obey is better than sacrifice.
To obey is better than sacrifice.
And to hearken than the fat of rams.
And to hearken than the fat of rams. Tom Sheep.
For rebellion is like the iniquity of witchcraft.
What is rebellion? Rebellion is when you go against a rule or established facts. But you got to believe the rules and you believe these rules to be established facts to not rebel. So that's why people rebel, because there's no belief. You don't believe in this. Go ahead, read.
And stubbornness is like idolatry and teraphim. Because thou hast rejected
Stubbornness. Stubbornness is as iniquity, which is iniquity comes from the word awang, meaning unjust, injustice, being impartial, free from self-interest, conform to the rules of God. Self-interest, when a person has self-interest, they're not going to regard what the law said. Because I'm only concerned with how I feel. I'm only concerned about self. I'm not concerned about nothing else but self. How I feel, how I think about it, how I think. That person can't overlook nothing. A person that's into self-interest doesn't overlook nothing. You don't overlook it because you're too on yourself. right? Iniquity, right? And idolatry. And the word for idolatry in the Hebrew is teraphims. Teraphims are domestic idols of human figures. Domestic idols of human figures. G.I. Joes.
Barbie.
G.I. Joes, little human G.I. Joes. Those are teraphims. It was human figures, but they was miniature size. Miniature size. Dolls, action figures. All those things are what you call teraphims, well called domesticated household gods. They had them set up in the house.
Snake Roberts.
Teddy bears, all those things. Tamshi, he said, because thou hast rejected or despised the word of God, he also rejected thee from being king. What you expect? If you despise and reject God, what makes you think he's not going to despise and reject you? It goes hand in hand.
Mm-hmm.
If you reject God, he's going to reject you.
That's right.
Tamshi.
And Shemuel, and Shaul said to Shemuel.
Now, what does reject mean? Reject means to refuse to accept. You will not be accepted, right? To regard as negligible. When you're regarded as negligible, you should to show no attention to. Show no attention to. God, that's why you think Cain got the way he was. Because he wasn't regarded by God.
Mm-hmm.
He wasn't regarded by God because of whatever. It wasn't specified. It wasn't specified what God didn't regard. He said, if you do good, he said, I will exalt you. But if you don't do good, he said, sin lie at the door, and unto you shall it be desired. They're going to desire you. But it wasn't, all right, go ahead, read.
Because thou hast rejected the word of Israel, he has also rejected thee from being king.
Uh-huh.
And Shaul said to Shemuel, I have transgressed, for I have transgressed the commandment of Israel and thy words, because I feared the people and obeyed their
You
voice.
see these people, man? These people ain't had no problem acknowledging their fault with God. They didn't have no problem doing that. When they was wrong, they would say, well, listen, man, this is the way I think. This is the way I move. And listen, it's wrong. I know it's wrong, but that's just the way I think now. I need to change that. Start making some type of thing. Sometimes that's needed. Sometimes that is needed to start declaring and saying certain things to begin this, to activate your spirit towards changing to what's good according to what God says. You need to start making some type of declaration. He said, Bahari.
Now therefore I pray thee.
He said, therefore I pray thee.
Pardon my
He said, pardon my sin.
and turn again with me. And I will bow down to El.
That I may worship the Lord. Tamshi.
And Shemuel said to Shaul, I will not return with you.
You see what Samuel told Saul? He said, I can't return with you. He said, I cannot return with you because God rejected you. And if God rejects you, I have to reject you.
That's right.
Samuel didn't play that. If God rejected you, he rejected you. If God didn't accept you, he didn't accept you. But we got something else with us. We move different and opposite. God rejects you, but we continue to accept the things that God rejects. We continue to like things according to what God dislikes. Go ahead, read.
For thou hast rejected the word of El Israel.
You hear what he's going to say? You rejected the word of God. Read.
And El has rejected thee from being king over Israel. And that Shemuel turned about to go away.
When Samuel leaving, what happened?
He laid hold of the corner of his robe.
He grabbed him by his robe. And what happened?
And it tore.
And it ripped. Go ahead.
And Shemuel said to him, El Israel has torn the kingdom of Israel.
He said, God has torn the kingdom. You see what he did? He done flipped it into a prophecy. He already knew the mind of God, that God done rent the kingdom from him. He knew the mind of God. But when he grabbed him by his robe and his robe ripped, he turned around and said, the Most High, God has rent the kingdom. God has rent the kingdom of Israel from this day. Right? and had given it to a neighbor of thine that is better than thou. He knew who God was going to give that kingdom to next. That's why he chased them all over to kill him. So to substantiate the kingship in his line, in his heritage with his son. Tamshi.
And also, the eternal one of Israel will not lie nor change his
He said the eternal one. The eternal one. He said, and also the strength of Israel will not lie.
nor change his mind.
Nor repent, nor change his mind. And you know what? That was something that we need to put in check. We need to put certain things in check, man. Because if God don't change his mind, we shouldn't change our mind.
Right.
You say something, you gotta stand according to what you said. Sometimes you say something, you're like, damn. I heard my pastor say, man, why I said that, man. He said, but whatever, man. I already said it. He said, I gotta do according to what I said.
Mm-hmm.
He don't want to do it. But he voiced it. He said, you know what? I already said it. I gotta do it. That's what people that believe God bind themselves to. When you say things, do according to what you said out of your mouth.
Right.
That's hard. And then sometimes you don't feel like doing it.
That's right.
You don't feel like doing it. I tell my listen, I'm gonna do this, boom, boom, boom. Next thing, I don't do it. I said, man, what I say, man? Why am I saying things out of my mouth? And that's why sometimes when I used to tell them, listen, man, I can't give you a time. I'll be here, but I'm not gonna say a time. You know I can't say a time? Because now I have to be here at that specific time. Because I done voiced it and said it out of my mouth.
Yeah.
Go ahead, read.
For he is not a man that he should change his
He
mind.
said, for he is not a man that he change his mind. For he is not a man that he should repent or change his mind. That's God. God don't change. He said, man changes his mind. He said, not me.
Then he said, I have transgressed.
Yet
Yet do me honor now, I pray thee, before the elders of my people and before Israel, and turn again with me that I may worship El Israel thy
He
help.
said, I have transgressed. He said, yet do what?
I have transgressed. Yet do me honor now, I pray thee, before the elders of my people and before Israel, and turn again with me that I may worship El Israel thy help. So shall you all
He said, I transgressed. He said, turn again with me, Samuel. He said that I may worship God with you. Because who you worship, look, he knew automatically when he returned back to God to worship, and he's with Samuel, only according to Samuel why God would accept him. Because God accepted him. God accepted him. Go ahead, read. So that's why he's begging Samuel to return back with him. Go ahead, read.
So Shemuel turned again after Shaul, and Shaul worshipped El Israel.
But he said something very important. He said, turn again with me in the what? In the sight of the people. These are two heads. King Saul, the king, and a prophet that is greatly respected within the nation. The people cannot see two heads going at each other, clashing at each other. So he said, listen, honor me in the sight of the people, man. Don't allow these people to see us going head to head. So when he went and after he worshiped with him, Samuel left. He didn't see Samuel no more. Go ahead, read.
And Shemuel, then said Shemuel, bring here to me Agag, the king of the Amalek.
Bring to me Agag, the king of the Amalek.
And Agag came to him in chains. And Agag said, surely the bitterness of death is past.
You think? He thought he was dead. He really thought he was dead but they saved him. So he returned him back. He said, man, truly the bitterness of death is past. Go ahead, read.
And Shemuel said, as thy sword has made women childless, so shall thy mother be childless among women. And Shemuel hewed Agag in pieces before El Israel in Gilgal. Then Shemuel went to Ramah, and Shaul went up to his house to Gibeah of Shaul. And Shemuel came no more to see Shaul until the day of his death. Nevertheless, Shemuel mourned for Shaul, and El Israel repented that he had made Shaul king over Israel.
Mhm.
chapter 18.
No, that's it. And with that, all I got was bought. I'm gonna say, Shabbat Shalom.
Shabbat Shalom.
And I'm gonna call up the next speaker, teacher indeed, Chief Mikhail. Hello.
Giving all praises to the God of Abraham, the God of Isaac, and the God of Jacob. Giving all due respect to my father, my teacher, and the leader, Chief Eleazar, and Dodo, out of the tribe of Lewi. Giving all due respect to princemen, chiefmen, brothers and sisters, visitors, mothers of Israel. I bid you out of the tongue of our forefathers. Shabbat Shalom.
Shabbat Shalom.
We're going to go to Leviticus 19.
Leviticus chapter 19.
Yeah.
And Israel spoke to Moshe, saying, speak to all the congregation of the children of Israel and say to them, you shall be holy, for I, your El, am holy.
This is a command where he told the children of Israel, not the world, not because he chose these people to deal with because of one man, Abraham. He told them, look, you have to be a certain way to be with me, which is holy. To be holy is to be separated. You don't live like everybody else. Like the man said, frame of thought, views, opinions, everything, even your thoughts, everything different, right? The law is what's going to make you separate. And that's the things you don't eat, what we're doing today, the physical, the things you can see. This is what's going to make you holy, okay? He said, for I, the Lord your God, am holy. He said, you have to be holy in order, all right. The Most High God is holy, right? He's not going to have wicked people or people full of sin or people who carry themselves in another way that God does not approve of. You can't serve him. He's not going to hear. He's not going to deal with you. You understand what I'm saying? So you have to be holy. Now, for a person, most people don't know what it is to be holy. A lot of people have been hearing that word all their lives.
That's right.
Even in Israel, Israelites been hearing it all their lives, but they really don't know what holy means. All these laws, thou shalt not, thou shalt, anything that God frowned upon, or anything that God's servants frowned upon, we have to follow and observe and be the same way and think the same way. That's what's going to make you holy. So now you're separate to everybody else. You're not the same as everybody else. They said, man, I'm not, man. He ain't like everybody. But she ain't like everybody else, man. That's why I got with her. Because she don't act like all the other women. Oh, yeah, I'm going to marry him. Because he don't act like all the other men. So God said, okay, I'm going to deal with these people. Or I'm going to deal with this individual, this family, or these people, because they don't act or behave or live like everybody else. That makes them separate. That makes them holy. Set apart. You're put away from everybody else. You are secluded. You're not involved with what everybody else get involved to. Set apart to the service of God. What we're doing right now by gathering, going into the law and reading, breaking down these sayings, causing people to understand it, right? That's the service. What we're doing right now. It's work, but it's for God. You still have to get up and come out early, like you do when you go to work. When you go to school, hurry up. You hurry up and get them kids to school. You got to have that same drive for today. Today. You can't go half a day to school. You're going to fail.
You ain't going to get up at 12 o'clock when you got work 8 o'clock.
Say it again, brother.
You ain't getting up no 12 when you got to be at work at 8.
My father always said, your boss is your God.
Fact.
You don't serve the Most High.
That's right.
Your boss is your God, because you put your boss and you do what he's saying,
Right.
and you concerned with what he's telling you over what you have to service to God. This is his day today. So you got to get up.
That's right.
Rest does not mean sleep. It means rest. It means I stopped from work. I was always taught to be punctual, be on time,
That's right.
especially when you a head or you a teacher or you got to be around before anything starts because you got to kick it off. So then now the heads is there where everybody else at. We be speaking to ourselves. Yeah. We be dropping some things that people need to hear for themselves and their lives and their house. So you got to come out early. We start at 10:30. We have to be here at 10:30.
Right.
Act as if you're going to die if you're not here on time. We got to start moving like that because if you move sluggish like that, you're going to move with all the laws like that. What he said, practice make what?
Perfect.
And that's the truth. That make it good. Why was Jordan so great in basketball? He practiced on his own. You know, the team says, okay, we got practice today, right? He went to practice. When practice was over, he went home and still practiced. On his own, he still practiced. On his own. Nobody had to say, hey, man, you don't read. You got to pick it up and read on your own. There's a spirit that has to be broken. You have a spirit that you're used to not living this way and doing these things. Evil. Okay? And that's an evil spirit. You have to start recognizing what's in you.
That you are evil.
Anything that stops you from doing this, slows you down, changes your mind, or anybody who you link up with. Because people can also be an obstacle. It's not only situations. A man or a woman could be sent to keep you from doing this.
That's right. Throw you off.
Okay? You know what's in your head to be right, but then an outsider has an opinion and it sounds good to you. A person who doesn't serve God has an opinion. Your life. Okay? Don't listen to that. You're on the right path. You're on the right path. You know why? Because you recognize who God is. Number one, first of all, you recognize who God is. You have finally come to realization that that is not God. I'm not God. She is not God. That thing over there, that big tall thing there is not, none of that stuff is God. There's only one God. One.
Okay.
The creator. Okay? Now, God must be served and worshipped and obeyed. Am I correct?
Mm-hmm.
God has worshipers, followers, obeyers. God has a priest. A God, he got his followers. That's why he's talking to just them. Because they had been made holy. God made them holy because of their forefather Abraham. How this guy dealt with me, this one guy, he was the only one. You see how we move it, he was the only one on the planet. There was a time when there was only one man serving God. One man. And his name was Abraham. And that's why the Israelites came to be. That's why, because of him. He said, you so good. I'm gonna build the planet. Your seed. You're gonna have a lot of children. A lot of children. They're gonna be princes. They're gonna be kings. Don't worry about him. He gonna have princes too. Don't worry about Ishmael. He got it too. Esau had princes. They called them dukes. Like the Duke of Earl or the Duke of York.
Right.
That's a title meaning Lord.
Right.
Lord means master.
Right.
That's all it means. Okay? All it means is master. Time sheet. So now hold up. We have an idea and an understanding of what it means to be holy. Right? Okay. I'm gonna go street level. Everybody got these pairs, these sneakers. Everybody, but you the only one that got that color. Nobody got that color but you. You stick out, don't you? You're gonna stick out everywhere you go, right? You why? Oh yeah, y'all over there, y'all got that, but I'm over here with this, right? That's the sense of being holy. You stick out.
Yes.
You look different. You behave different. You eat different. When you tell people, no, I don't do that, it's going to be like, They're not gonna understand that.
Right.
Then you go to you start. That's what because that's how it starts. Questions. Because if you're not living it, nobody's gonna ask you no question. If you're not living this, nobody's gonna say, hey man, why you doing it? You're the same as me, so I ain't gotta ask nothing. All of this is what makes you holy. When you separate the life that you know and was living, you stop it. You stop certain activities. You stop celebrating the days you were taught to grow up and celebrate that you appreciate and that you feel good about and that you love. Same thing God told Abraham. Give me your son there. You see your son there that you love? Take him and go kill him. Sacrifice him to me. Now, God is not with human sacrifices. He does not allow people, he's not where he prohibits a human being being set on fire. Okay? He's not with that. That's what he has. That's what he created the beast for. Remember, everything belongs to him. Us, the air, oxygen, the sun rays, heat, electricity, light, dark, cold, good, evil. He created it all. And he got a system on how it goes. And if you read this, man, you get it's a hell of a system. And this is where these laws come from, because these laws, right, are built from the system he made up. So once you are not like everybody else, you're part of his system now. That's why he said, you have to be holy, you have to be separate. Now I'm gonna tell you something. You can't follow all Israelites.
No.
Would you have been able to follow all Israelites back then? Were all the Israelites good back then?
No.
That's why men stood out like David, Jeremiah. Okay? That's why she said, I perceive this is a godly man. He stuck out. Nobody else was godly. Nobody. Yeah, they were Israelites, but they were living how they want to live, like today.
Right.
They took, yeah, I do that, but and the reason why I don't do this is because they twisted the words around, or it really don't mean that in the Hebrew. That Hebrew is wrong, or some old cockamamie story. Not to do what you are supposed to do. That's how the wickedness in humans is. Okay, you make up an excuse and justification not to do the right thing.
Right.
That's wickedness. Okay, that's what brings iniquity and sin. Now you don't said it, you don't did it, you don't attended it. It could be a place where nothing but wickedness going on. Worship of idols, this, birthday parties, this, that. Don't go in there. Oh, yeah, I ain't going in there. I was going, repast. This is a repast. We're just going to meet some brothers. That's what I thought. It's okay. Shalom. All right, we out. I'm going in there. I'm not going in there. And I've seen people I haven't seen in 20 years. People that I grew up with.
I went inside.
I'm not going in there.
There was nothing but women in there.
It's mostly
A few men. I looked around. I ain't seen nobody else. Got the hell out of there.
Most of the women were foreign women.
Yeah, it's time to go.
They weren't even Israelites.
Time to go. Time to go.
That's not holy. We can't take this lifestyle and mix it with that lifestyle. On the lifestyle you grew up with. Okay? That Abraham he wouldn't have been who he was if he did that. He grew up in Babylon. You know what they do in Babylon?
Mm-hmm.
You know what they do in Mesopotamia? They take their little babies and throw them in fire to the fire god, which is really the sun god, which is really the devil.
Right.
Everything leads to the devil.
Nowadays,
Idols, pictures, all of that.
Nowadays, what they do? They don't
Okay.
put them in. They don't throw the babies in the fire. What they do? They baptize.
Water.
Dump them in the water.
They modernized. They took these pagan rituals and said, "Oh, they're too barbaric." Humane. That's where the word humane.
Right.
Oh, that's not right. Now you're starting to feel pity and feel sorry for wickedness, wicked people. So they say, okay, we're not going to burn them no more. All right? We're going to put them through the water. But the same thing, it's the same principle. It's a dedication. When you take your child and you circumcise him, He's dedicated to God. It's a dedication to God.
Initiation.
Okay? It's like an initiation. You can't even change your name once that gets done.
That's right.
You can't go further. That has to get done. Look. Abraham, all his life he was uncircumcised. But until a certain point with God, he achieved a certain level of doing these commandments and getting close with God. I said, okay, now listen, what are we going to do? Because y'all about to be a nation. They got to start with you. So on the 8th day, all males must be circumcised. Males that you bought, because he was a rich man. Okay? So he bought servants. He had servants. Okay? You know what I'm saying? He had men that lived in his house that were servants, that worked for him. He had Eliezer of Damascus. Eliezer of Damascus. Damascus is a city that's still there right now in Syria. Syrians, these people don't circumcise. So he started from him on down. He did himself too. And that has been established now. These are the things. And look. And when the child gets his foreskin cut off, that's when you throw a party. You can throw a party. You can get drinks. You can get food. Call everybody, invites. You can rent a place, fill it up. Because my son just got circumcised. Now y'all see why we are different. That's what makes us holy. We get happy for the wrong things that God did not approve of.
Abraham did it.
We're supposed. That's it started with Abraham. But look what people do. Ishmael got circumcised at 13, right?
Right.
So people say 13, bar mitzvah, bat mitzvah. Okay? Confession, or what is it? What in the Catholic world it's a
No.
confirmation,
Communion.
communion. You get all these things. Every religion, every walk of life, every nation has a day. And when a man and a woman now turns 13, a ritual goes down. They got that from when Abraham circumcised his son at 13.
Mm-hmm.
But that was not meant for people to take that and run with it and make a whole new ritual and ceremony and event out of it. Because it's Judaism.
Right.
We don't have to do, we don't do bar mitzvah. Did you read this here? We gotta stop doing stuff that you don't read in here.
That's right.
That's the stuff that gotta get cut out. You can't follow Israelites. We always talking about following the heathen. All right, we know what not to follow. Now stop following Israelites, okay? That are doing things that's not in this book. That are adding things that's in this book.
That's right.
Because it's Judaism. Most of the Israelites today are Christians in the world. Yeah, we're rare. Most Israelites deal with the New and Old Testament. They acknowledge the cross. I'm gonna let y'all know that right. Y'all gonna meet Israelites. A lot of them gonna say Jake name. I'm letting y'all know right now. Okay? So most of the Israel, Israel, watch him.
Singing with the saints march.
Okay? Look. That's just the saints marching in. Ooh, that's what they sing when New Year's comes in, right? Yeah. Down south, that's what they sing down south when the saints come marching in. The old heads know. The old heads from that world know, because I see it on TV. When New Year's come, I see them on the show. I remember that from Good Times. It's a show called Good Times, and they were singing that song, and I was like, oh, okay. That's one of the songs that you can't sing those songs.
No.
None of those songs you can sing. You can't make no song to sing to God. Don't do it. I'm gonna show you why after these messages.
Shall say every man his mother and his father.
Be afraid of your father and mother. Stop being stubborn. Stop being rebellious, and just pipe down. Humble yourself. You need someone to listen to.
Here.
Because you ain't listening to none of them. You ain't listening to what God say. Okay?
That's a fact.
And if you listen to what God say, you're good. Because he said, follow them. Do what they. Yo, man, hang on their word, man. Trust me through experience. Hang on their word. There are times where you see things this way, and they're going to say, no, it's this way. Shut up and agree.
Amen,
It's the
amen.
best thing to do, man.
Amen.
You're not gonna win.
That's right.
That's a fact.
Brother and brother going at each other, blood against blood. Nobody wins.
No.
Sister and sister going at each other.
No.
Nobody wins.
No.
Going against your mother and father, you dead.
Okay.
Not nobody wins. You dead.
Get done.
See? You see now? Stop playing. Break yourself. Allow yourself to break for them. You know what that means? Break yourself, fool. Allow yourself to get robbed. Don't resist. Accept what's happening to you. This is the reality now. You give it up to them.
This is the reality.
This is it. Yeah. You got to talk to yourself. You're not crazy. God said be circumspect with yourself. You know what that means? You have to talk to yourself. Well, people who talk to themselves are crazy. No, they not. Nobody gonna tell you to do God's law but you. Nobody can pump you up more than you. You have to open up and allow yourself to get pumped up.
That's right.
You have to hype yourself up.
That's right.
Oh man, Christmas is coming in 2 months.
Okay.
Be like that over here.
Yeah.
Bring that joy over here to God now.
That's right.
Because he said, delight in the Lord. Don't be all sad and all isolated. You know what I'm saying? To serve God, to do the things God. All right, today is a solemn day.
Right.
It's not a sad day.
Right.
And it's not an angry day.
Right.
Solemn means serious.
Uh-huh.
Serious. Today, you have to be serious so you don't forget what the day
It's
is.
about. That's right.
That's why I say it's a solemn feast day. When we break and we go eat, that's the feast. But it's solemn. So it's still Shabbat and it's solemn, so I can't play no rap beats and rap music. And then I spit Psalms 23 over a rap beat. No. And then the only time you play it is on Shabbat. And then they're saying God's name. One thing I agree with the Jewish people, and they got it right, they don't mention God's name.
No,
Okay? It is called the incommunicable name. You know what that means? You're not even supposed to say it in your head or say it out your mouth.
That's right.
He don't want you saying his name.
That's right.
He is more, that's how holy he is.
That's right.
Nobody is worthy to say his name. Give him his attributes. Because you worship him by acknowledging that he is God Almighty.
Okay.
El Gibor, the Eternal One, the Creator, the Most High. He's high. There's nothing higher than God. There's no level, no mountain, no spirit, no idea, no thought.
None.
Nothing and no one is higher than God.
Right.
Before he created everything, nothing existed.
That's right.
Nothing existed.
And you create everything from nothing.
He has no beginning. Can you fathom that in your head? No beginning, no end, no birth, no death.
That is not the nigga on the cross.
No birth, no death. And then the birth is an adultery.
All right.
The birth of all the people y'all like to worship and bow down to and celebrate, they were born through incest, all those gods and deities. From Jake on the cross, he was born, the story, he was born out of adultery.
And that's the story. That's the story.
So the ghost went in him.
That's crazy.
Ain't no ghost, man. Spirit.
That's crazy.
Angels came down here and went into woman. And what happened to them? God killed them.
Yeah.
So they're saying a spirit went into her. So God approved that?
No.
Let's just say it happened. Let's say it happened. A demon go into a woman and she has a baby.
No.
And all of a sudden this baby, come to me. I suffer everybody come to me. I die for everybody. I die for everybody.
Makes sense.
So now everybody can live your life.
That's crazy.
Makes sense.
Everybody can live your life.
That's right.
And you're not going to see nothing wrong with that. When a guy like me comes and say, hey, don't eat that. Don't do this. Don't do that. Don't do this. No, God's saying this. Oh, wait a minute. It's hard to, because holy, everybody not going to be holy. The majority is unholy. It's always going to be that way. All right?
That way down.
Call Israel, meaning all of Israel, the people call themselves Israel today, are not together.
No.
Let's keep it a buck.
No.
We don't agree. Like one man told me,
That's right.
we don't agree. We all don't agree. Thou shalt not steal. We all don't agree. You ain't supposed to take haircuts. We don't agree. I say you're not supposed to. You say to the people they can.
But it's the only camp, man.
I tell you, you gotta take the blood out. You tell people get it well done.
It's the only
Don't even
camp.
concern about the blood.
It's the only camp.
And look, they ain't even say nothing about the fat. They forget the fat. They all eat fat. God said burn. God, look. You're supposed to throw that fat away. Let it burn out. You can't do nothing with it. The only thing you can do with the fat is make soap. Whatever fat that was left over, they made soap out of it. A lot of fat. The first soaps was made out of fat.
Yeah.
That's why you got to check your soaps. That's why later on, we got right there where it said unclean products. Everybody might want to take a look at that because certain products has uncleanness in it. Meaning it derives from animals that are unclean, like pork. So you don't want to get a toothbrush that's made of pig bristle.
Yeah.
Pig bristle is the hardest bristle. Okay? You see homeboy with the waves?
Yeah, it is.
You see that brush? Most of those brushes is made up.
That's right. Yeah.
But we ain't supposed to be having waves. So you see how you get into being not holy? Because following them and their custom and their style, you're going to violate this. Because you're following people who, what? Oh, yeah, it's pork, yeah. They're looking at you like, what's wrong?
Yeah.
Yeah. They're supposed to. You're supposed to get that reaction. And that's supposed to boost you. So you don't, it said, turn ye not unto idols. How do I turn to an idol? I'm not in the church where the idol is at, but I still turn to it. When I do anything that the people do, when I acknowledge anything that the people acknowledge, or I allow my wife to do what she wants in the house, I can't do that. If I can't do what I want in the house, you ain't doing what you want in your house, and we gonna get together and make sure they don't do what they want in the house. Right. He said, I tell Abraham what's going on because, I'm gonna put him on. You know why? He command his household after him. That means God respect that. That's right. It's not just he respect the man that's commanding his household. He respect the ones that's following him. He said, hey, now that house is good. Because the head say it, and everybody follow through. That's what make it good. That's right. That's what make it good. So all of these things, I will turn into an idol. Tattoos, you turn to an idol. You can't put image. That's images. You can't have a picture of what you're doing, putting it on you for the rest of your life. Piercings, you can't take no piercings, especially in the genital areas or the breasts. Because that's mostly where people put piercings, and it has to do with worship, sexual worship to idol gods. Okay, it's a dedication thing. All right. You see the Hamite people in Africa. You see they take plates, right? You see they got scars. Nigerians, most of them got scars. Yeah. That's the equivalent of us getting circumcised. That's their thing to their God. That's their custom. Everybody has customs. A custom is a habit and tradition that is passed down from generation to generation, family to family. So yeah, you gotta break it. That's what this is all about. Tamshi.
And keep my chateau. I am El Israel Yael. Turn not to idols, but make to yourselves molten gods. I am El Israel Yael.
Well, he said don't make them because back then you made your own God. You made your own God. Okay? They knew how to take gold and bronze and silver. They knew what temperature to set the heat to melt it, and they knew how to make a mold. Like today. Let's go here. Piercing is mentioned in the Kama Sutra. Oh boy. That's Indian. That's Indian.
That's where it came from.
That's Indian sex positions.
Right.
Hundreds.
What was the only thing we
Okay.
pierced?
Only
Nose
pierced
and ears.
here and here.
That's it.
Because that's in Isaiah.
That's it. We didn't pierce
It's Isaiah 3 will tell you how the woman dressed and what they pierced.
We
They didn't pierce their nipples, man.
They
They're walking around got bulging. You can't help but see it. They put jewels on it, and you can see it through because they wear see-through clothes.
Yeah.
That's another thing. The Israelite woman cannot wear see-through clothes. That's the case. I get a see-through robe, and you see what I look like on the inside there. Certain colors you make sure you get, and when you walk outside, the light don't go through.
Yeah.
All right, it's not a sundress. It's not a sundress. Women wear sundress, and that's it. That's it. When they take that sundress off, they're butt naked. That is not the way of Israel.
That's right.
No sundresses. I see them creeping in, and it's getting hot. I saw a couple. I went to a couple of camps and I saw them. So look at that. Look at that. Look at that. The same thing I see when I go downstairs. Same thing. Time sheet. No. Hold up. Skip down. Cause we ain't doing sacrifices. So you ain't gotta worry about that now. Oh yeah. Give me that again. Go to verse 11.
We should not steal. Not a deal.
We know what stealing is. You take something that don't belong to you. And there's different forms of stealing. This thing went black on me. Hold on. Piercings may have only become widely popular. You see how all wickedness becomes widely popular and you pay for it with your money. Okay? Yeah. Yeah. All them gifts you buying. All this. Birthday gifts. Christmas gifts. Purim gifts. Hanukkah gifts. God ain't got not one day in here that says you give a gift to somebody. They gave food out, portions. It said piercings may have only become widely popular in mainstream culture in recent years, but the practice of body piercing is far from new. Piercing dates back to biblical times and earlier. Read on to find out when specific types of piercings were first recorded and how their popularity has evolved over the years. Then you got tongue piercing.
Tongue piercing.
The first group of people to get tongue piercings, my generation, were strippers. Yeah. And they were the first ones to get them long eyebrows. I've been seeing them long eyebrows. They would, because back in my day, a stripper, she don't want everybody to know she's a stripper. If she in a club, it's dark, and she got a lot of makeup. Makeup, cosmetology. That's what the angels taught those women when they came down here to teach man. So you can disguise yourself.
Right.
Beat in my face. And she's going out. Why? To attract what? Attention. Lipstick. Red lipstick is the most common color, and it is a part of oral sex. That's where it comes from. Lipstick is for oral sex. My lip gloss is popping. Remember? And there was a little girl that made that. Okay? That's the beginning of an era later on of a bunch of whores. So these are whorish strategies and tactics that our women don't deal with.
Put on tight top team.
Nah, nothing to reveal, nothing see-through. And
It's for the attention
gotta
of
make
men.
make
You are
it-
a whore.
make it wide enough and long enough
Point blank.
to cover your legs and cover that booty.
Point blank.
Yeah, I'm gonna say it. Cover your butt. Men too. You don't want to see crotches, and I don't want to see the beginning of your equator line. You know what that is, right? Okay, your equator line. You know what the equator is, right? In your backside. A lot of times you see dudes walking, you see this much. See almost an inch of the line of his derriere. No good. No cleavage. It's this woman that's big up here. And he dressed tight up here. So it make it come out more. Look like torpedoes.
So niggas could drool over you.
It's gonna be seen.
That's right. That's the blood of a whore.
It's gonna be seen. Hey, I remember one time I heard a female say to her man, I don't want you wearing those gray jogging pants. We ain't gotta say why. We know why. We be on TikTok. Yeah, we know why. It go both ways, man. Cover it up, man. It's only for your husband. It's only for your wife. Yeah, man. This is the things that's gonna make us holy before God. We got a lot of work to do. Yeah, man. We got a lot of work to do. That's where I'm at.
Talk about
He said, now to deal falsely. Stop. My man said it's not even cap no more. It's helmet. It's football helmet. You see what we say, man? He capping?
Yeah.
Now he helmet. Because what he coming with, he gonna kill you with a cap on. You gotta put a helmet on. Because he's dealing falsely. This guy, you can't trust nothing he say. You do business with him. Right? This is the type of guy you do business with him. When he's trying to split the profits, he go 3 for me, 1 for you. 2 for me, 1 for you. 4 for me, 2 for you.
That's crazy.
That sounds familiar. And the first time I ever heard that was in a cartoon. You understood what he was saying earlier about what what's that again? Anthropomorphic. That's how they get the kids. That's how they get the kids. Oh, y'all let the kids watch no cartoons? Hell no. Especially now. They go both ways now. They switch sides now. They go over there where the grass is green. If you know what I mean.
Yes.
And they're telling your kids that. They ain't even letting your kids decide for themselves.
JBC.
It's not in the water. It's not in, because we all drinking the same water. It's not in the air. It's not in the food. And that's what a lot of people were saying. Nah, man, they said, man, they releasing gases in the subway system. Make you get, no, man. Nah, this is a spirit. This is a spirit, like the evil spirit. This is a funny spirit. That's on everybody. Man, woman, child, dog, cats. I seen 2 cats, 2 male cats. I never seen that back in the days. He ain't fight them off either. I can make it off, get off him, man. I kicked them off of him. Yeah. 2 male cats jumping on each other. You know why? The sin of man in this planet is great. And it's so great. Man, iniquities affect this planet. God made this planet and everything in it for us. To acquire us, to serve us. Okay? But we turn around, push God out the way, and we serve ourselves, each other, and everything in the planet. So there's no complaints. Tornado whacked 500,000 people, most of them was kids. There's no complaints. There's no complaints. What the parents say, man, I brought you in this world.
I'll take you out.
So why it don't apply to God? Why that don't apply to God? I don't want to hear about inhumane society. I don't want to hear about that. Certain things in here, God told the people to kill them, but you can't do that today. You can't kill nobody today. We are not back in the land. Certain things you can't do. We're not back in the land. Now you want to follow God. 5,000 years later, and you ain't even got all the tools that he gave them. He gave them tools, man. This was this law. And men that were truthful before God to learn this and teach it to them. We don't have that now. We don't have no priests now. Can't nobody hold up his hands and bless the people. That was a one-time thing. Aaron was the only one that did that. And you know why it was a one-time thing? Because at that moment, they didn't have no sin in them. That's when the people got blessed. Time sheet.
Now the lie one to another.
Oh, you lied to me. Well, you lied to me. We lied to him. He lied to us. Stop doing what you don't like done to you. Yeah, I see people get bent out of shape. Yo, you lied to him. I said, hey, you lied to me yesterday. I ain't get like that with you. You lied to me yesterday. Why you getting all hot? Are you getting like that, man? Take it easy. Time shit. You're making a big issue, man.
It don't be right.
Nah,
It's
you know
right.
what I'm saying?
You did it.
Come on, man. You getting bent out of shape, you can't get mad now. You like to listen to lies.
Because you also have
Look,
lied.
people like listening to lies. They say, oh man, yo, don't say nothing, but yo, the person don't even say, yo, how you know if that's true?
Exactly.
They don't even ask that. They run with it.
I do.
And now you got a group of people.
Did you see
They
it?
got a group of people now, and this thing became true. This is true.
Uh-huh.
Now this thing is true.
Yeah. Did you see it?
Word of mouth.
People go off the field.
That's Israelites.
Yeah. That's right.
Time sheet.
And you shall not swear by my name falsely.
The only time they swore was according to the law. They didn't go around just swearing, telling you a story, and I swear to God this happened, son. No. It had to be a matter of life and death, a matter of something stolen, because that's when the oath is being taken. He said he shall take up an oath that he has not put his hands to his neighbor's goods. Because sometimes I would let you hold something of mine. You have something of mine in your possession, right? But you got a thief around you. You got a thief around you. Or you got thieves around you, right? And they took what belonged to me under your watch in your house. But you didn't do it. And if you know about it, you wouldn't have let it happen. That's why you take that oath. And then I accept it. Because you ain't gonna take that oath. And if you lying, you ain't gonna take that oath.
Yeah.
They didn't do that. He said, yo, man, you willing to take this oath? He said, no, I took it, man.
Hold on.
I took it. I'm gonna pay back principal in the fifth part. I said, I'm gonna take up my offering. But he ain't gonna say, but I swear, and you're lying. Because when you swear, when you're in that situation, you calling upon God's name as a witness that you telling the truth. Or you calling him a liar now. You saying that God is backing up your lie that you swearing to him for. So you don't swear. We don't swear. Leave that alone. Another book he said we don't deal with intemperate swearing.
Right.
Meaning it's not a common thing. This is not a common thing. When you're in the direst of situations, okay? And when you make up a vow, you know, when you say to yourself in your heart, you say a lot of things in your heart. You say, you know what? I'm gonna start doing this, start doing that. I ain't messing with him no more. I ain't messing with him. You know all that is vows. I'm gonna kill him. I said, you know all that is vows. Because God said, yeah, gods. This is for the men. The Most High said, y'all are gods too. That's why I tell you, be godly like me. This is going to make you like me. Team of Elohim. Okay? So the things that come out your mouth, you can't go back on. Men, we can't go back on. If you have a wife and she makes a vow, the man can break that vow. He can say, nah, I don't agree with that vow. And break it. And it's broken. God approves. He said, oh, okay, you don't want her vow? He's not going to hold her to that vow. His daughter, the same thing. That's the power that God gave man. Okay? But look, when a man make a vow, you got to hold it. You can't break it yourself. Nobody, mommy and daddy can't break it for you either. You got to hold that. That man said, yo, I said what came out my mouth. I cannot go back. Whatever came out your mouth, thou shalt perform and do. Thou, command, perform, mean do it. Get it done. Okay? So these weren't the people who went running their mouth all the time. Sometimes I would say, hey, man, everybody shut up, man. This is a bunch of jabbering. Nobody talking about God. Nobody talking about God. Sometimes it's good to, if you ain't got nothing good to say, keep your mouth shut. Because bad things will come out. You curse yourself. You'll violate. Tamshi.
Neither shall I profane the name of thy God. I am El Israel. Thou shalt not defraud thy neighbor, neither rob him. The wages of him that is hired shall not abide with thee all night until the morning.
When you hold his pay, you defrauded him and you robbed him. You robbed me, man. Y'all robbed me. Y'all didn't give me my check this week. I got robbed.
6 months now.
And counting. Shoot the man 6 months. He got robbed every month. They owe him. But I bet you if he owed, IRS would be coming to the door. And a certain amount, he's going to put you in jail. You see, all these things is what you got to go through, right? When you're living in somebody else's house.
That's right.
Put it like that. And it's a house that don't serve God. It's nation that don't serve God. He said, I'm going to put you on a strange nation. He said, and when you he said, when I kick you out the land, you're gonna want to do the Shabbat. You're gonna want to do my feast days. You're gonna want to do everything you want to do. But guess what? It's too late. Time up. I was long suffering from the time I brought y'all up out of Egypt. And do you know, me and my Abba checked it out. They didn't stay in that land. No, they didn't even last 1,000 years in the land.
No. Yeah.
Very short time for a nation of people.
Mm-hmm.
See, Rome was established from back then to right now. They didn't even make 1,000.
Right.
And it stayed too long because they went against what you call it. You get an apartment, you get a lease.
Right.
You sign that lease. That's a contract.
Right.
The lease is a contract. The landlord's rules is on that contract, and when you sign, you agree to go by his rules in what the place he's renting to you.
Right.
That's what happened with them. God said, look, see the people that's there? The Amorites, Girgashites, those 7 Canaanite nations.
Right.
It's time for me to get rid of them. Not all the Hamites, just that group of Hamites, Canaan's sons. If the rest of the Hamites are who we call Africans today. Okay? And a half tribe of the Hittites left Israel, went all the way up into what we call Turkey today.
Right.
So a lot of the people in that area, Morocco and everything, they're out of the Hittite nation. They descend, they have that in them. Okay, and that's because Israelites didn't do what God said. He was supposed to terminate them.
Yeah.
Terminate them, and by terminating them, you terminate their culture, you terminate their lifestyle, you terminate everything about these people, and it becomes lost. Same thing happened to Israel in this book.
Right.
This is the comeback. This is why the man said, be ready to find out new things for the rest of your life dealing with this. Because we don't know. We're coming back from zero. We don't know the way. And there's no Moses here. There's no priest here. Because if there was a real priest here, he could atone for my sin. Yeah. He would be able to show us the way how to do certain things today.
That's right.
And stay in God's graces. That's his job. Because they said, yo, they took all the people out the land and put them in Babylon. Now they're in Babylon for 7 years. And they took all the people the heathens from Babylon, from Sephar, different nations, and put them in Israel. Right? And guess what was happening? Lions. The lions in the land of Israel was attacking their homes, eating them up. And they said it's because of the people that's there. It's wicked people there. They don't belong there. That land was not for wicked people to be living on. Something about that land God loved. He blessed that land. You know what I'm saying? And he put Jerusalem right there as the capital. So you ain't gonna be sitting around here too long doing what you're gonna do. You're gonna get evicted.
Right.
So he told them, get rid of them, but they didn't get rid of them.
Right.
Then what happened? He said, you You get in the land, don't go following those guys. Leviticus 18 is how they lived. Don't go following these guys because the same thing gonna happen to you. He said the laws of the land. He said the land is gonna kick you out. The land, you know how the land kick the people out? And stop giving up produce. No food over here, no farming. We can't, there's no iron, there's no gold, there's nothing here to mine, there's nothing here. You gotta go. That's how God kicked them out.
They didn't have stores.
Say that again, brother?
They didn't have stores.
They didn't have stores.
They depended on their crop growing so they could have food.
There were some healthy people. They didn't have to look and read and research what an ingredient. There was no such thing as ingredients.
That's right.
They said, where the leeks, garlic, the onions, the cucumbers. He said, where that's at? Oh, that's a salad. That's a salad. With some tahini sauce. I'm good. They ate that on the regular. And it grew wild.
Not ranch.
That's why they were so healthy.
That's right, T. Not ranch.
Nah, that's why they were so yo, garlic.
That's right.
You'd be surprised what garlic do for you, man.
That's right. Teach.
Time sheet.
Thou shalt not defraud thy neighbor, neither rob him. The wages of him that is hired shall not abide with thee all night until the morning. Thou shalt not curse to death, or put a stumbling block before the blind, but shall fear thy El. I am El Israel. You shall do no righteousness and judgment. Thou shalt not respect the
These
person
are for
of
the
poor.
people. These are for the people who people go to solve matters concerning the law.
Right.
Because you have that today in different camps in Israel.
That's right.
When certain matters come up, there has to be some type of authority to say, according to the law, you're guilty and you're innocent. So those people who can pronounce that, no unrighteousness in judgment. Right? Meaning, whatever the judgment is, you stick to that, what God said. You can't change it because of the situation, the person, or the person.
Right.
Or, look, we change, you know when we change up? I'm going to tell you when we change up. When we mad at somebody. When I get mad at you, what was forgotten, bringing it back up. I'm bringing it back up. Okay, what the deal that I had with you, we were supposed to do Thursday,
It's dead.
it's dead. You ain't gonna see me.
It's dead.
You lied. You can't get upset and forget the things that came out your mouth.
That's right.
Tell she.
Thou shalt not curse to death, nor put a stumbling block before the blind, but shall fear thy El. I am El Israel. You shall do no unrighteousness in judgment. Thou shalt not respect the person of the poor, nor honor the person of the mighty.
Just because he poor, he ain't got nothing, you let him rise. No. God don't have no pity for nobody that violates his commandments, man.
Right.
These are the judgments here. In this situation here, you got to make the right decision and guilty. My mother always said, if you right, you right.
Right.
If you wrong, you wrong. There's no in between. Because that's what God got. Good and evil, right?
Right.
So he said, if the person is poor, look, you ain't had no, because you poor, you really ain't had no business violating what you did. Okay? So he's not getting off the hook because we feel sorry for people when they violate. Oh, nah, let him leave him alone. No, man, you don't know what he just did. When people say that,
Yeah.
say, nah, man, you don't know what he did. He did. Oh, wow. Mind my business. Sometimes I mind my business. You know what I'm saying? 'Cause I'm speaking up for a person, but I wasn't there for what the violation. Now I'm hearing about the violation, and he really did it. I mind my business. Can't change it now. He said, "No, honor the person of the mighty." This guy could be. He's might in riches, and he's might in strength. He probably he got a crew. He got a whole set with him. He got 12 shooters, and he killing up the whole neighborhood. And he got money. He got more men, and he got more money than you. That's what made. That's that word. He said Isaac was greater. He said it came to a time when Isaac became greater than the king of Abimelech.
Right.
And he said, "You got to get out of here because I'm the king. I'm supposed to have all the money. I'm supposed to have everything, but you right there with me. You know what I'm saying? I'm supposed to be the only one here to buy a Benz. Okay?
What
Because
happened?
it's my kingdom.
He left.
If you have enough to buy a Benz, you got to go. He said, you know what he said? He didn't say, oh man, that's the wrong thought. No, that's his kingdom.
That's his kingdom.
You making me look small now. I'm not supposed to get matched up with nobody here.
Right.
Okay? See, because the one thing that keep a king in check is the law. Other than that, he gonna think he God.
That's right.
Yeah. So that's a very high position. So you trying to match up the king, man, kill this dude, man. You trying to match me, man. I own everything here. And Isaac left peacefully.
He left.
He understood. If all right, said, man, you know what? If I was in his shoes, probably be acting worse than him right now. I really don't know. I'd have been acting up. So let me not allow this to happen, or let me not do this. This is the way that we supposed to be the righteous. It's not just eating and how we look and our dress wear. Your heart, your ways, your ego, your personality has to get changed towards this.
Can't be a
Whatever you don't look. This is one way that I see in here God don't like. You like to do it, don't like to get it done to you.
Roman strong.
God don't like that.
Right. Hypocrites.
You're not gonna get along with nobody that way.
I don't.
There's one time you're gonna need help from somebody. And because of that type of treatment, only God can save you.
That's right.
You better hope you're on God's side. You know what I'm saying? But he doesn't like that because he talks about it in here.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? It's only right. I don't like doing it for what I'm doing it for. You know what I'm saying? I don't want anybody stealing from me, so I'm doing stealing from people.
That's right.
You know what I'm saying? I'm going, and I'll do it. So you can't complain. The boy cried wolf. You can't complain about things. All right? Can't do that. Thompson.
But in righteousness shalt thou judge thy neighbor. Thou shalt not go up and down as a talebearer among thy people.
A talebearer is a person that spread lies and rumors about a person. You don't know if it's true. That law is for the men. Because the woman didn't go outside on their own and go to other towns and travel on a daily basis. Most of the women in Israel were homebodies. They took care of the home that their husband or their father, if they're not out of their father's house yet, that got set up.
Right.
They're part of that economy. The women get money too. You know that they get insurance money too. They get death money too. God seen it in here. It said, the sons and the daughters get. They said, look, man, because look, all this stuff we helping dad work on, it's gonna be ours one day.
That's right. Look at Zilpri and his daughters.
And that's honorable.
Yeah.
So that's why they was looking at Jacob like, yo, man, this guy came here. Nothing. Now he got more than my father. Why? Because where he gonna get? Where he gonna? He ain't get no job. Ain't no job. No job exists. There's no college, no school, no career. There's no basketball, rap game. None of that didn't exist.
That's right.
You better have at least one goat. One goat, at least one goat. Hold that one down. Don't kill it. Use it for the milk. You can sell the milk.
Yeah, you can't eat that.
You can't eat it.
You only got one.
That's
goat.
why it says, man say, yo, this man had one little ewe goat, and he slept with it, and
It was in his bosom.
it's in his bosom. He kept it like how you have a pet. It was close to him.
Mm-hmm.
He ain't gonna kill that. And this man came and killed it. He didn't even kill his own, man. What you do is you wait a while, right? You sell the milk, make cheese, make butter. That's how that was their hustle.
Right.
Okay? Food. Bomb. Oh wow. I got a whole bunch. I got a fill of mandrakes behind my yard. You know, that's barley. Yo, man, we got money. I got 3 sons. I say, yo, y'all go out there and they out there in the field every day.
That's right. That's right.
They ain't working for nothing.
No.
They happy. Because this is their inheritance.
Right.
Where is it now? You work for the machine. We all work for the machine. You know what a machine is? The system.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. School, college. Most people ain't gonna get nothing done with the college degree. So you find a job or you go to criminal activities.
Yep.
That's the machine.
That's how it go.
Okay?
That's how it go.
That's what we dealing with now. We went from this to this today.
System.
Okay? Tell you.
Neither should I stand aside when mischief befalls thy neighbor.
Man, don't stand aside when mischief befalls your neighbor. Your neighbor is also your brother. Your brother, not just your brother, same mother, same father. That's your, you serve God like you. And you know the level, he ain't no slouch. Look, man, once you Israel, most the heathen, you being a slouch, that's your business. I am not gonna let no heathen run down on an Israelite. God don't like it. He gonna deal with it. That Israelite is violating, God gonna deal with them.
Mm-hmm.
But I get points for holding that down.
Yeah, ain't nothing happening. I don't care what.
You know what I'm saying? I'm holding that down.
Get out of this thing.
You know what I'm saying? That's my brother.
That's right.
And I don't have to be blood brother. Brother means we live the same way. Look. We call him the same God. We call him the same name. The name means a lot. And me and you calling that same name, we brothers. I don't care what color you are. You could be any color. Anybody in this world could serve God.
That's right.
I'm gonna hold you down.
Okay?
That's right.
White, red, green, yellow, pink, turtle. I don't care what color your skin is
That's
or
right.
what tribe you out of. You, hey, because that's what Abraham did. He set the pace, he set the example. They lived crazy in Babylon.
Right.
When God came to him, he dropped it. He dropped everything his father taught him.
That's right.
Everything, man. Yeah. And he walked God's way. And in time, God elevated him, changed his name, changed his wife's name, then gave him a son when his wife couldn't have a son.
Right.
And miracles was done along with it because they had a son at their old age.
Right.
Two old people could hardly walk. And they have a baby. That'll hit the news. That'll hit the news right now. That old man, they're gonna be looking at him like, hey, Bob, you still got it.
Mm-hmm.
You still got it. Yeah, that never dies. Township,
Thou shalt not hate thy brother in thy heart.
your brother, don't hate him in your heart. We can't go so far with each other. If we hate each other that much, it's best we stay away from each other. That way there's no more friction. But we can't be having friction and we brothers. Okay? Yeah, I don't like that, brother. It's best for you to get that out. Don't hold that in the heart. Don't do that, man. We love the heathen when we love each other. It said, thou shalt in any wise rebuke thy neighbor. We don't do that either. We'll talk about our neighbor. We'll talk about it. Well, see what she's doing, see what he's doing. But you never came and spoke to them. You never said, hey, man, you don't need to be doing this. Nobody rebuked nobody. Nobody rebukes nobody no more. That's what's going on. You're not involved with there. I need everybody to keep their attention here. You're going to miss something, okay? So thou shalt not avenge. Read 18, verse 18.
Thou shalt not avenge, nor bear any grudge against the children of thy people. But thou shalt love thy
I can't
neighbor
keep
as
a grudge
thyself.
with you, and you can't keep no grudge with me. Like I said, certain conflicts and certain static and certain controversies can only go so far amongst Israelites. Yeah. You're not supposed to go that far. It's just to where I wanna, you violated me by doing this, so now I'm gonna do this back. Okay? We can't be that way. He said, no, when you bear something, you're carrying it. Okay? So I'm keeping this grudge. You know, people who could keep a grudge for a whole lifetime. You know, people, a little small petty little dispute in 1938. And do you know today I'm still mad about that?
About the same thing.
I'm still mad about something that happened decades ago. It don't even matter no more. And you look back upon it, you was just in an evil spirit.
Let it go. Let it go.
Let it go. Let it go. We hold on to the wrong things.
Let it go and praise Elohim.
We hold on to the wrong. That's why we can't forgive each
Let
other.
it go and praise Elohim.
That's why nobody come and know, yo, shucks, I'm sorry,
That's right. That's right.
because I'm not taking it. No, man, don't tell me I don't want to hear it.
That's right.
I'm still mad. So now, forget all right. Now, ain't no forgiveness. It's not supposed to be that way. God loved unity of brethren, man. He made a metaphor out of it. He said it's as beautiful as the oil that ran down the beard of Aaron and down the skirts of his garment. That's the anointing oil that a priest gets when he becomes a priest. Okay? You cannot be promoted. There's no promotion. Promotion comes from election. Elections come from democracy. Democracy was started by Greece, Greco-Roman people, the same people who our forefathers, the Maccabees, fought. Okay? They fought them. They took the same people that lived with the democracy and made up democracy, what we got today. Now, everybody, democracy. Democracy is only about the rich being on top. That's it. That's what democracy is. It's hidden by votes. It's hidden by election. It's hidden by all this talk, just like today. So there's no promotions. You can't get promoted to be a king in Israel. Now today, but back then, God had to tell them where to find the king. When we had Saul, right? When Saul came into the picture, right? God picked him. When David came into the picture, right? God picked him. He had a lot of brothers. And his brothers came forth in front of the prophet, and it was none of them. He said, well, yo, man, you ain't got another son? He said, yeah, I got one, man. The youngest one. He's way out there. He said, go get him. When he came, he said, this is the one right here. And he anointed him and made him king. God picks the priests and the kings back then, and he going to do it again. Tamshi.
I am El Israel. You shall keep my statutes. Thou shalt not let thy cattle gender with a diverse kind.
Ain't got to worry about that because we don't have farms no more. We forfeited all that stuff, man. We had our own economy, our own government, our own kingship. We would have still had kings on the throne today. Tamshi.
Thou shalt not sow thy field with mingled seed.
Now, when you farming, when you planting, you don't take two different seeds and put them in there and put them together. You can't do that. Okay? Certain fruits you can't eat because they're made from two different seeds of two different fruits, like nectarines. Mandarins, grapefruits. These are two different seeds that were put together and planted. Okay? God is not with mingling. If you see, he don't want us to mingle with the people. He don't want us to wear mingled clothing. He don't want us to eat mingled fruit. Tamshi.
Neither shall a garment mingled of linen and wool come upon thee.
Uh-huh.
And whoever lies carnally with the woman.
Skip that. Because we not rich to have it. This is when you are rich. You have servants, bondmaids, and bond servants. You gotta have money. Okay? We ain't got that. We the servants. We the servants. Okay? We the ones that do the driving, the chauffeuring. The women are the one that do the daycare and the nannying. We're the ones there. We're not on top. We serve these people. And they pay us a little bit here. And then guess what you do with that money? Give it right back to them. Give it right back to them when the holidays come. Tamshi.
You said skip that.
Yeah, go down to 26, verse 26.
You shall not eat anything with the blood.
You shall not eat anything with the blood. You cannot eat meat from the stores. Stop eating meat out the stores. Stop eating meat out the restaurants. Stop eating meat from heathens. Stop ordering food from DoorDash. Stay out of McDonald's. Stay out of Wendy's.
Now
Stay out of Pizza Hut.
they're creating meat now in the lab.
Yep.
They're making meat
They're
now.
making it now.
Leave these things alone. It is not godly. It got blood in it and it got fat in it. God does not want us to eat anything that has blood in it. And if I cut my finger, oh man, don't do that because you eat with the blood. God don't like it. That's why. That's why. No reason, no other reason. Whatever God say, okay, we do it. Okay, God, you don't like that? Okay, I'm not doing it. Time sheet. It said, you shall not eat anything with the blood, neither shall you use enchantment. You know what an enchantment is? When I put a spell on somebody. Magic, voodoo, witchcraft, Santeria.
Yeah.
A Haitian voodoo. You got Haitian voodoo. Everybody has a form of voodoo. American voodoo, American witchcraft, European. Japanese got their own kind too. Spanish people got theirs. African people got theirs. Everybody has a version of their own wickedness in their religion and custom. Everybody. Yeah. When they be saying we're all the same, no, y'all all the same.
Okay.
Just got different names. God's is the same. You see this? Torture limits. You know that's a deity from Greece. Diana. Yeah, that's who that is. Don't ever let your kids go on those field trips and go with no statue. It's an image.
No school trips.
Think about it.
Statue of Liberty.
We're not supposed to have these things. And you give permission for your kid to go and sit up in a statue, an idol, a god of the people. You have dedicated your child. Now, no matter what you try to teach them, they're going to buck.
Yeah.
They're going to want to be in the streets. The boys going to want to be in the streets, follow the other little dirty boys out here. And the girls is going to become whores. All our women is becoming whores. Leave the boys alone. Go to school. Do what your father and your mother say. No sex. Don't listen to them boys say. All they want to do is do bad things to you and get you in trouble with God. Don't listen to it. He don't love you. Your Ima love you. Your Abba love you. No boyfriend. No girlfriend. We was heavy on that.
That's right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We was heavy on that.
That's right.
Come stepping around my daughter. Come stepping around my son. Look. Watch the girl. Yeah. You watch the girls. Watch their sons too. Girls will get them, and other dudes will get them,
The chicks is on
and other females will get the girls.
The girls is on perk 60. Perk 30. They on it.
No toe.
So guard them. No sleepovers. No pajama parties.
Okay.
No sleepovers. All that is heathen, man. It's heathen. The last time I read of a sleepover here, somebody lost their virginity. You know who that was? Dina.
Yep.
Yeah, Jacob's daughter. She went to go chill with the daughters of the land. Dina. She went to go see her friend Susan on Eastern Parkway. It's the same day. Now that's the trap. Where she going? It's like the trap. Oh, we got fresh meat. No, who that? Ain't that how it go, y'all? Grown ups? Ain't that how we do it? The man asks who that, the woman be like, who that girl? Okay? She was somewhere she didn't belong. She went to go see the daughters of the land. The daughters of the land are those women out there that don't serve God. They want to show their nakedness off, and they got big mouths. They don't follow no rules, and they think they're men. When it's too much for them, they become women again. You don't want to be that way.
No.
Y'all don't want to be that way. Y'all want to serve, grow up, and serve God, get old, and die.
Amen.
But we all die. But you want to die serving God.
Facts.
That's the difference. Don't let nobody fool you. Don't listen to these people and don't listen to all these Israelites. A lot of these Israelites are down to get your money. They are with Judaism. Okay? They run everything the same way as a church. Tom Sheep.
No observed times.
No observed times. You know what observed times? The newspaper. Hey, see my horoscope. Leo. Yeah, it said Leo should stay away from water today. Watch out for friends. Don't do that.
That's right.
That's what that is. Observing times. Don't let nobody read. Don't let pretty girls read your phone, bro. Don't let pretty. Let me have. We said, oh, you got nice hands. Oh, you got lifeline. Don't let them do that to you.
None of that.
That's right.
Don't let them do that to you.
That's right.
Look, you want to know the future? You serve God, you will live after you die.
Yeah.
That's the future. That's a guarantee.
That's right.
I tell you the future. You don't serve God, when you die,
That's
you go somewhere where you're going to regret.
That's right.
Yeah, your posterity.
Okay? Think about that.
That's what you did.
There is a time we all die.
That's right.
And nobody lives forever. Everybody's going under there.
That's right.
We're not doing this for nothing. We're not doing this for nothing. These people in this book did not lay their lives down, okay? And sacrifice themselves. They got killed because they didn't want to eat swine, man. And you had one Israelite say, I'll do it. He said, well, it ain't real anyway. It's fake. But the people think it's real.
You got killed first.
People follow people. Monkey see, monkey do. All right? Don't follow everybody. Read it in the book. Look. Don't follow me. All right? Make sure everything you hear me say is in this book.
That's right.
That's what my father used to say.
That's right.
And I'm going to say the same thing.
That's right.
I'm not going to say nothing that's not in here.
That's right.
And Israelites are putting in a lot of junk. They ain't even in the King James Version. 1611? 1611, right?
Yeah.
That's when you buy Bibles, 1611, the year, 1611 King James Version.
That's right.
It is the oldest, and the English is the closest to the Hebrew. All those other Bibles and all those other renditions
Right.
is going to have you sitting in the church
Modification.
Right.
very soon.
That's right.
Modified.
Trust me, I've been around long enough. I've seen it.
Yeah, they all
I've seen a lot of come. I've seen a lot of go. And they came in strong. Look down on us. Yeah, I'm telling you. Okay, go ahead, brother. You got a lot of gas. I hope you can hold it.
Okay.
Because I'm trying to show you how to pace it. You can't come straight at God like that either. There's certain steps you got to get to. They're not here.
Okay.
They're saying, oh, wow. Hey, he's still holding on, right? Yes, I'm still
Yeah.
holding on.
That's right.
You know what that means? You know why? Because most of the people I grew up with, they're not holding on. I'm 52 years old. Yeah. Trust me on this. 72. I've been here for a minute. I've seen grown men older than me when I was a baby, her age, their age. I've seen them come and go, top notch, because they played with this. They didn't believe everything they read.
Because they what?
They played with
Played
this.
with it.
You have to believe everything you read. Make yourself believe. You believe everything else. You went to that movie and saw Little Mermaid. You believe mermaids, right?
Okay.
You believe unicorns, right?
Yeah.
Teddy bears.
Yeah.
All that stuff is fake. Because when the kids get older, that spirit is always gone. Because all they've been shown is magic and stars. Oh, play. Then when you get older, you want to go on vacation. You go lay up. Until you die.
That's it.
Ain't put in no work for God.
No work.
Zero.
And then your kids going to do the same thing you doing and die. And their kids and die. And that's what's going on now. That's why everybody getting hit up. That's why. It's already set. It's a motion that is not going to stop. It has to live itself out. It has to play itself out. Yeah. So you're going to see babies come out. Babies going to come out. One eye.
It's crazy.
Two heads. Oh, could you please send money here to help for the foundation? And his arms is crooked. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's why those are curses, man.
Curses.
So Potiphar spoke about it.
Those are curses. Look, it says it's going to bring forth monsters. Let me tell you what a monster is. It's not always, you know what a monster is? A man that turned into a woman.
Monster.
A woman that turned into a man. That's a monster. That's the first stage of being a monster.
Dungeon Dragon.
Then you got the ones that come out deformed.
Deformity.
Okay? All those are monsters. God come out, he got both genitals.
Monster.
He's a monster.
That's right.
I don't know if it's a he or she.
That's right. That's right.
Dude come out, he said, I'm not female or male. You a monster.
Monster.
They didn't have none of that in ancient times.
None of that,
None
man.
None
Nobody did that, man.
Sad.
You got a little boy walking around saying he a dog. You got people saying that there's no such thing as gender. But guess what? God said male and female.
That's right.
Made he, them.
That's right.
So it's always gender. It's always going to be male and
Always
female.
gonna be a gender.
In the electronic world, dealing with plugs,
Yep.
circuits, boom, boom. You got positive, you got negative. You can't put negative and negative together. You're going to blow up something. In chemistry class, it's the same way.
It ain't gonna work. Magnets the same.
You have some composite chemicals that have a positive energy with it. You have some that have negative. You can do your thing with that. But you putting positive and positive, you're going to blow something up.
Man on man is wicked, man. God will destroy you, man. That's right.
The penalty is death. God said, kill
That's
us.
the penalty. Die.
And so, what
And
about
God
women?
hates
Women
you.
too? Look,
Women
man,
too.
stop trying to let the woman slide with it, man.
That's crazy.
It's the same thing, man.
Crazy, son.
It's a death penalty, man.
And God hates you.
Make it clear. I hear a lot of Israelites asking that question.
That's crazy.
That's not supposed to be asked.
No.
Certain questions not supposed to be asked, man.
Man to man is not accepted. Woman to woman is accepted.
Man asked the question last night. I love that question. I haven't got, we don't get questions like this. Out of the law. You know what he asked? He said, hey, when a woman is unclean, the clothes that she got on, her skirt, when she sit down on it, ain't she unclean? Yes. Because the woman has separate clothes, bed sheets, everything separate. When she get unclean, she has separate underwear, bras, even her wrap, everything is separate. Now when she about to get clean, she get up out them clothes, get back in her clean clothes.
Right.
I love that. Ask me more questions about the law.
Right.
I like that. I like it. Let me dig it. Okay, here go. It's an excitement with that.
That's right.
It's an excitement with that, man.
Perfect.
Yeah. But don't ask me why I can't jog on Shabbat. Or yeah, stuff like that, man. That's why I don't most people go talk to him. He has less patience. I have less patience than him. I don't deal with knuckleheads and peons. If you want to ask a stupid question, you don't belong here. Go around the corner to the church on Sunday and go ask that preacher a stupid question about his God.
How stupid you are.
Why don't you go do that over there? Why don't you go interrupt them over there? Why don't you go do the things you do here, do it over there?
That's right.
Show respect. He said, reverence my sanctuary. The sanctuary, we're not around the sanctuary. You know what the sanctuary is, right?
That's right.
The place where God chose to place his name, which is the temple in Jerusalem, right? But you can respect where we gather to talk about his name.
That's right.
Because his name, right now, his name is being praised. What we're doing is all in his name.
Yeah.
That's why certain behavior today, you understand what I'm saying?
That's right.
Because today's not your day for you to do or feel how you want to feel. Yeah, that's the sacrifice you give up.
That's right.
All right, now, go to
Say something.
Ecclesiastes 5. Yeah, Ecclesiastes 5. We'll close out with 15 more minutes. Ecclesiastes 5. It said, keep thy foot when thou goest to the house of God.
Uh-oh.
You know what that means?
Explain that.
You know what I mean?
Explain that.
Now, back then, they really went to the house of God.
Right.
This is not the house of God.
This is not.
But like I said, this is where we gather for Shabbat to call
gather.
upon his name.
Exactly.
So it's to be treated as
Exactly.
rules are set, followed.
Right.
All right?
Okay.
It say, keep thy foot. Regel is foot. Okay? From when you go to the house of God. If you're in a bad mood, don't pray.
Right.
When you're doing things that dealing with God, be in a good spirit.
Yeah.
Right.
Be in a good spirit. You know what I'm saying? Prepare yourself. You got to prepare your heart when you're doing certain things dealing with God.
Right.
Okay?
That's right.
And this is how you keep your foot down. It says, be more ready to hear
Then to do what? That's right.
than to
To
sacrifice.
sacrifice. That's
What you
right.
said earlier? If I obey everything, I hear and obey, I ain't got to bring up no sacrifices. Because the sacrifices is because I sin. And now that I got to take up the blood of that animal, got to get spilled. And whatever he do, we don't know what he do with the blood.
Right.
It's called an atonement. He takes that blood of that animal. We don't know what he does with it. I know he don't eat it. That I know. And atonement means you have been pardoned by God because of the blood of this animal has been given up instead of you, instead of your blood. So it's not animal cruelty. A lot of people say, oh, there's that animal cruelty. No, you all right. Don't kill no flies. Don't kill no water bugs. Don't kill no roaches.
Word.
Don't kill no rats. Stop putting rat traps on the floor. All you humane people. All right? If you want, whatever you're going to be it all the way. Okay, Peter. Throwing stuff on people because they're wearing, I got some, you know what I'm saying? They throwing it on people. But you kill too. You kill insects, you kill animals.
You got a fly swatter.
Oh no, well, I don't eat. No, I'm vegan. I don't eat fish. I don't eat that. All right. Okay. You got rat traps in your house, right?
Okay.
Don't kill the mice.
Okay.
If you so much on not killing nobody, we're not gonna kill none of the animals. Make it real. Make it 100%. All of that is for money, y'all. I'm telling you. A lot of what's going on, money is behind it. You are being fooled. So it said, be more ready to hear. When you come here, be more ready to hear. You have to do this more. Don't be quick to be distracted. Whoever come through the door gonna come in. You gonna see him. Y'all gonna see him. Y'all notice when that bell rings, you see there's a lot of stirring going on. There's a lot of stirring going on. No stirring. We got 10 more minutes. Okay? I'm hot. I'm hotter than everybody. Because the words that I'm speaking make you hot. It boosts me. I hope it boosts you.
That's right.
I hope to God it does. This is the purpose of why we doing this. Like I said last week, like Moses said, I wish everybody was like El Dad and me Dad. Leave them alone. Because if everybody was like that, we wouldn't have this problem. Everybody was connected with God. Oh yeah. He said in the time said, be more ready to hear. I got it, Kaza. Keep thy foot when thou goest to the house of God. Be more ready to hear than to give the sacrifice of fools. Meaning, these guys are fools, bringing up their sacrifices, right? The priest makes the atonement. He's forgiven. And then he go back and do it again. And he got to come back and keep doing it. He said, man, I don't want your sacrifices.
No.
That was an error. That was supposed to be an error. Okay? That's a one-time thing. You guys are presumptuously doing it. You're not caring now. Oh, I'll do it and just bring up. I'll do it and just bring up. That's why he said that. He said, be very more to hear than to give up the sacrifice of fools. He said, but they consider not that they do evil. You don't know that you're doing evil by going back and forth. They was going back and forth. They would bring a sacrifice up, get clear to that sacrifice, and then go do the same thing again. So God said, nah, this sacrifice, it don't count. It's not how it goes. That's not how it goes. That's like, Father, I have sinned. But go over there and write 112 ready to do it. And then he's clear, he go back and do it again. That's the Catholic life. I know this for a fact. That's the Catholic life. You get clear, you go, you You sleep with somebody's wife. You go in there, you confess, and he bless you in the name of that creep.
Do the same thing
He's a
over
creep. Because he pardoned people who lay with their mother and kids
Yeah.
and dogs.
Yeah.
People who have sex with dogs.
Yeah.
That's what's going on now.
Too easy to do
And they get pardoned to go and do it again.
Yeah.
That's the God y'all want to serve, man.
that. Easy religion.
Okay.
He's Saul. He's a pervert. He's a pervert. He's Saul.
He's gay.
Okay?
He's wearing diapers, bro.
Yeah. He's gay. He got both organs.
He has people bowing down to him with
Okay.
diapers.
And you know why I talk like that? Because the world lifted up so much.
Yes.
I gotta shoot it down just as much.
You pray to a nigga with diapers on.
If I put on a diaper right now, how y'all gonna look at me?
What are you doing?
Hello, listen. How y'all gonna look at me? Y'all gonna still take what I'm saying up here seriously?
No, sir.
That nigga name
So
get
what's wrong
called.
with people, man?
That nigga name get called 1,000,000 times.
Then what's wrong?
Yeah, Rasta. Man, yo,
Then what's wrong, man?
yo,
Yeah, because all his followers do that.
yo.
And that's how they serve the idol. That's why God said, don't say my name. Every little thing, you saying God's name. Every little thing, you saying God's name. He said that's what they do with Jakey.
Yeah,
Jakey.
yeah.
Oh, Jakey.
The snaky.
He saw.
Snaky.
Dude is Saul.
Oh, no.
He said, man, bring all the kids to me. Why you want all the kids? You don't want nobody else. I thought you died for everybody's sin. This is a game. Iman, this is a game, Iman. This is a game. Tell she.
For they consider not that they do evil.
Uh-huh.
Be not rash with thy
Don't
mouth.
be rash with your mouth. Watch your mouth. We talking about God. I'm talking about God, your mother and father.
Break it down, guy.
Don't be rash.
Break it down.
Rash.
Break it down.
Uh-huh. It means don't be disturbing with your mouth.
Break it down.
Don't be alarming with your mouth.
Break it down.
Don't try to terrify with your mouth.
Break it down.
And don't hurry to be anxious to
Break it
always
down.
get.
It's a
Calm
way.
yourself
It's a way.
down. It's a way. And there's a mannerism to talk to God.
Thank you.
You talk to me. Your
Say it
husband,
again.
Right.
okay?
Say
To
it
talk to
again.
your parents.
Right.
To talk to brothers.
Say it again.
Sisters to talk to sisters.
Say it
There
again.
is a common language. Okay? Outside of that, it's gonna be friction.
Yeah.
I watch my mouth, you watch your mouth, man. Don't expect for you to be saying a whole bunch of
Come on,
stuff,
man.
and I ain't gonna say
And
nothing.
you want me to be quiet?
Look, and then you playing with a dozen master.
Yo, you playing with an animal.
What I'm thinking is worse. Don't do that. It should be rash. Don't be hasty with your mouth. Okay?
Oh, man.
And let not thine heart be hasty to utter anything before God. Watch what you say before God.
Amen. That's right.
It said, be not rash with your mouth, and let not your heart, the stuff you say inside. He got you. Oh no, I didn't say you said it inside though.
Okay.
Oh, I didn't laugh, Rick, but you did laugh. God told me you laughed. That's how I know you laughed.
Okay.
That's how Abraham knew. He didn't know. God heard her. He
Yeah.
said, yo, man, she laughing like I can't make it real.
Yes, you did.
Like I can't make it rain.
Yeah.
Like I'm not God. He said, yo, man, what's up, man? Look,
She
see?
wasn't.
Look.
No.
You see? You see? The man listened to God concerning his wife. He had to go straighten that out. God complained about something she did. He went to go straighten that out. Yo, man, what's up? You laughing? You can't be laughing. It's a serious thing. She said, no, I didn't laugh because she was afraid.
Right.
She like, man, I didn't laugh. I didn't go ha 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 because they didn't do that.
That's
She
right.
laughed in her heart. It says she laughed in her heart and it was like, oh, wow, me and my husband gonna have sex.
Word.
As old as we are, ready to die.
That's right.
So it made her laugh.
That's right.
Like women giggle, tickle and pink. That's what she did. But she did it in her heart. That's why she said, I didn't laugh. Because she didn't know God told Abraham. Remember, man, we intense. We're not doors.
Word.
I can hear everything.
That's right.
She heard the conversation. She wasn't there. Okay? When two men are talking, you don't interrupt that. I'm a man, and I don't interrupt two men when they talking. So that goes down the line. Okay? If my mother, that's my mother talking to me, whatever anybody got to say to me, wait. Because my attention is here.
Yeah.
See, this is our mannerism. Everybody here who has a husband, when you hear your husband's voice, hold on. You paying attention to his voice.
That's right.
Okay? I used to tell my ex. She said, oh, but I did tell you. I said, I didn't hear you. I didn't hear you say none of that. She said, yeah, when you was over there. I said, did you get my attention, woman? Did you get my attention? Because see, when I need to tell you something, I get your attention. It's a common sense thing.
That's right.
You don't expect to blur something out, and I'm busy over here doing something. Oh man, you think I heard that? That's sin. Don't do that.
That's right. Dismiss it.
Don't do that. I know it's not all women are like this. Not all women are like this. I'm not bashing women. I'm not here to bash women. I'm not here to bash anybody. We are here to correct. The men have ways that are dirty, and the women have ways that are dirty.
That's right.
And you have a woman with good ways and a man with dirty ways, it's not gonna work. You got a man with good ways and a woman with dirty ways. If she follow her husband, she will be able to change.
That's a fact.
That's right.
Because he has the power.
Say it again.
He has the power.
Say it one more time.
Look, if I change myself, I damn sure got the power to change you.
Say it one more time.
You're my woman. And that's how it goes.
Say it one more time.
And look, we're gonna go all doing this together. And then you're gonna look back and be like, yeah, this was worth it. Baby, we did it. Look, I'm ready to go. He said, man, I'm ready to go. And how many times he said, man, when he cried because he want to die. What man you ever heard do that? Because he lived God. He lived his life. Amen. See, you have a different mentality. And death you're not scared of death now.
No.
Because you believe what you read.
You just change your plans.
So you're not scared.
You just change your plans.
Everybody, the Christians are scared. Everybody's scared. Everybody's scared because you're wicked.
That's right.
The righteous is not scared. The righteous is bold like a lion. He said, be not rash with thy mouth. Let not thine heart be hasty to utter anything before God. For God is in heaven, Shamayim. He's in heaven. He's up there, right?
Yes.
He said, and thou upon the earth. You down there. You're under him. You're real small. In other words, that's the big dog. Watch your mouth. Watch your mouth and watch what you say in your heart. Okay? He said, therefore, let thy words be few. You're talking too much. If a man can, man, this guy talk too much. A woman, it's worse. Or a kid, that's double worse. Nobody got control over this kid. What parents say? What parents say? What parents say? Man, one time I took my kids, went to go visit a friend, and they did something that I don't play. I don't play. You gonna listen to me. You ain't gonna have y'all way, boy or girl. I don't play that.
Okay, talk about
They messed around and jumping around in my man's crib and broke something. I paid for it. He was like, no. I said, no, that's my responsibility. That's the right. That's the good and right thing to do. I paid him for it. You want to take the money? So guess what? I went and bought it and sent it to his house. That covered me. But I control my kids. You got to control your children because you're responsible for them. You can't let them run wild
That's right.
because that means they're heathen children and that means you're a heathen. I'm in a supermarket. A kid got a water gun. He walking past me and he don't have no more water in there, but he think I don't see him. He's trying to squirt me with the water gun. I seen it. I said, bow, I hit it out of his hand. The woman looked, I said, he tried to squirt me with that water gun. She looked at me, I said, yeah, control your child.
Yeah, I don't play that.
Control your child.
That's me.
I'm a grown man. Don't play with me. I don't play that. I don't play that. Rude kids sitting down outside one day, a bunch of rocks come down on top of me. I look up, it's a bunch of little kids by his age. I caught all of them. I put them in. I got a move, a wrestling move, and I put them in. I put all 6 of them in it. And when they went to their parents, and their parents found out who it was, they said, "Yeah, you shouldn't have been doing that."
Oh,
They say, yeah, you shouldn't be doing it. They was ready to go to war until they found out who it was. Control these kids. Kids, listen to your mother and your father.
That's right.
Don't be rude.
That's right.
Go to school and don't follow the rude boys and them heathen kids and them heathen girls.
That's right.
Those girls are too, they always say, no, no good.
No
That's
problem.
right.
No twerking.
No. No.
Time sheet.
For El is in heaven and thou upon earth.
Uh-huh.
Therefore let thy words be few.
Uh-huh.
For a dream comes through a multitude of business, and a fool's voice is known by a
That's the-
multitude of words.
A dream, you get dreams through your business in life. You get dreams because of what you got on your mind. It don't mean nothing. The only time the dream means something, or when they say in your dream, if you hear thus saith the Lord, that come from God. Other than that, dreams don't mean nothing.
That's right.
Okay? Don't read dream books. They got a thing called a dream book. If you had a dream about teeth or a bear or a cat,
Or
then that
fish.
means this. Leave that stuff alone, y'all. Look, your hope, your future, your past, your present, everything is in God.
Amen.
You live this life, you will know your future.
That's right.
You ain't got to guess it. You make your own future serving this God. You in control of your own destiny serving this God.
Uh-huh.
That's right.
Your destiny.
Uh-huh.
This gives you the chance to say, yeah, I don't do this, I don't do that, I ain't never did this. Some things you can say, I never did. Those things count with God.
That's right. That's right.
Get a streak going. You know what a streak is? Like when a team got a winning streak. Yo, they haven't lost a game in 3 years.
Continuous.
He said, and a fool's voice is known by a multitude of words. You'll know that this guy's a fool because he's got a lot of words. He got a lot of words going on. A lot of words going on. Right? Go down to 6 and we're going to shut it.
For this comes from the multitude
Verse
of
6.
dreams.
Verse 6. Go down to verse 6.
I got 7. If thou seest,
Supper. You got the Jerusalem. Right? So look at 5. It says supper. No, don't worry about it. Don't worry. Matter of fact, I'm going to get the last one. You good. Suffer not thy mouth to cause thy flesh to sin. You know what that means? Don't get yourself in trouble because of your mouth. Don't let your mouth get you in trouble. I've seen a lot of people, if they would have just,
Yeah.
they say, man, don't even say another word. But, oh, you dead.
Okay.
You still trying to explain.
Okay.
There's a point sometimes when nobody want to hear it. I don't want to hear this right now. You get mad, you don't want to hear it right now. So words. It's a way. Sometimes you gotta, all right, look. Sometimes you're gonna say you say the right thing with the right words, right tone of voice, but this ain't the time. Keep your words few.
When you say the right words, it's the
So you
wrong
saying
turn of
that you
voice.
don't always
Oh,
have
yeah,
it.
your
The
tone
right words, but your tone wasn't right.
is aggressive
I,
or sarcastic.
yo, man.
All that you gotta move out
Yo, man.
because that shows you disassembling the heart. You're not ready. It shows that you're upset because you're not having your wicked way. That's what that means. He said, neither say thou before the angel, it was an error. He said, wherefore should God be angry at that voice and destroy the work of your hands? He said, why should God be angry at hearing your voice? You can get to the point where he get mad with hearing your voice. So your prayers ain't being heard. With that, I bid you shalom aleichem.
Shalom aleichem.
And that's it. Next week, 10:30.
Oh, so you saying the